Oh, yeah, mine's. Good evening, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the South Kingstown Planning Board. The date is Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024. The time is 6:35. Our first agenda item is roll call. Susan Axelrod. Here. Joe Murphy. Here. Robin Pothier is absent. Liz Karp. Here. Caper Wilson. Here. Peter DiStefano is absent, and Maria Mack is here. Our next agenda item, and there is a couple of typos here, which is approval of minutes, which is ordinarily a consent agenda item. This includes the August 15, 2024 Planning Board work session minutes, and correction on the agenda. It states August 27th, 2024 regular session, and it's actually July 23rd. Is everyone clear with that? And additionally, if we would like to correct the typo and make this a consent agenda item, this would also include the report of the administrative officer. If there are no additions or corrections, would someone like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda? I'll make that motion. Susan, do you have a correction? No. Okay. Motion from Liz, second. Susan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. 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 Motion carries. Next agenda item is a public hearing, major subdivision, combined conceptual master plan and preliminary plan, the lots on Columbia. We have a letter from James Callahan on behalf of the applicant requesting a continuance to our meeting on December the 10th, 2024. Would someone like to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion from Caper. Do we have a second? Second. Second from Joe. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next agenda item, public hearing, major land development change to a previously approved conceptual master plan, 571 Main Street. Jamie, I believe you have correspondence from the applicant on that.
Yes, Madam Chair, we received a letter dated October 21st from Matthew Landry, who is the legal counsel for 57 Main Street, Roland Fiore, and he is requesting a continuance of the public hearing till November 26, 2024.
And I see he is here this evening. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney Matthew Landry, on behalf of the applicant. Yes, knowing we had a public hearing just 2 short weeks ago, there were a lot of comments and good feedback that we received. My client's going to take that back to the engineers and try to propose a supplemental plan for the board's review. We think the next public hearing date in November would be most appropriate.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would someone like to make a motion to continue this item to our November 26th meeting? Motion from Joe. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Caper. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next agenda item, major land development and comprehensive permit pre-application concept review, the village at South County Commons, buildings 26 and 28. Is there anyone representing the applicant?
Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Matthew Landry on behalf of the applicant, SCC Investments 3 LLC, and the property owner. As you know, this is a pre-application. The proposal is for comprehensive permit for 2 pad sites, if you will, at the village at South County Commons. The comprehensive permit package will include a list of waivers that we're still evaluating. Staff had produced very thorough staff report and suggested some of the waivers that may be required. We're still sorting through those waivers, and obviously the purpose of the pre-application is to solicit feedback from the board and any comments that may affect the preliminary plan submission. So we hope to explore that with you this evening. I'm joined by Eric Prevey from Dupree Engineering, who can guide you through the plans. But just generally, you may recall that the village at South County Commons is divided into several districts. This is known as District 4, which was a predominantly commercial district separate from some of the other residential parcels. One of the waivers that is likely to be required is an amendment to the original 1998 South County Commons Master Plan for these two parcels. One of them has been proposed for a number of things, but never developed in front of the existing Hampton Inn hotel. The other is for a new location to the rear of the hotel that Eric can guide you through with the site plans. The proposal is to create two separate multifamily residential apartment buildings with 52 units each. Of course, under the comp permit, 25% of those units are proposed to be affordable, which comes out to 13 units per building. Again, we're still sorting through the waiver requests, but they will involve typically building height, think building size and the density allowed per building, but we'll sort those out prior to our preliminary plan submission, as well as the housing agent, all the other requirements for the comp permit package. I think at this time we'll have Eric come up and walk you through the plans and solicit the feedback as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Eric Prevey. I'm a registered professional engineer with DePreet Engineering. Office is at 2 Stafford Court in Cranston, Rhode Island. I'd like to walk you through the plans today, go through, as Attorney Landry had mentioned. We're at the Village at South County Commons. I think everyone's probably pretty familiar with it. This first plan that we put on here, sheet 2, it shows the aerial photographs of the area. And what we want to highlight on this section here is, and kind of starting from the lower left corner, we're zoomed out a little bit in that area. That's looking approximately from the entrance as you are coming into the site. That is, you can see the Lux Cinema is the most prominent building in the front there. And as you start looking to the back of that photo, that's building, what they call building 24, 25, and then the vacant parcel for 20, where 26 is right there. Yep, thanks, Jay. And then that's the Hampton Inn in the back as well. So we're talking about the building that's adjacent, the large grass area that was building 26 for one of them. Secondary spot is building 28. That was not as part of the original master plan. So building 28 was not an entity previously. It's a new building location, and it's in the back behind the Hampton Inn. And that's in the excess parking area. So I say excess in that it's very infrequently used. You can see from the photos, we actually, we go there regularly and we take drone photos as well, just to take a look at the different uses of how many cars are coming during peak season through the summer and such. And it's very infrequently used, this back portion here. Almost all of the hotel patrons are using that front spot, the large field in the front for parking as well. Just check my notes for a minute here. So those are the general locations. I wanted to get you to where it is within South County Commons. I think sheet 3, if you could go to the next one too, that'd be helpful. This shows it again relative to where these buildings are. Again, the entrance is in the central south location there. That's the intersection, the signalized intersection. The buildings themselves are on the left or the southern side of the thank you, Jay. On the southern side, which is the left side of this plan, you can see how those fit in with the rest of South County Commons. So those are all the retail and restaurants and other uses of kind of District 4 in that area as well. And we wanted to show how those buildings would look in the future if they were nestled into the rest of South County Commons. Yep, site plan's great for the next one. What I want to do before I go to the site plan, though, is I want to take a real quick step back and tell you kind of why we're here. We had, obviously South County Commons, the Village of South County Commons itself was a long process, several years, over 25 years ago, I think it was originally that it had come through. And looking at what Building 26 was specifically at that time, it was an office building. That's what it was demarcated in this district as. And I think my understanding was that at the time, kind of a less inclined to have residential uses at that time. There was some concerns on school system. There was concerns on just residential in general. So the districts were created accordingly. Since that time, we're finding, as working with the developers and the owners of this, that office uses are actually going way down now as well. You get more people working from home, just office uses in general, less brick and mortar of people going to offices and such. So the office demand for what that original Building 26 was has since shifted and pivoted to finding another use for that area. So that was important as well. The market shifted away from those offices, and now we're trying to look at some different uses. One of the other things that's important with that as well is that movie theater has now changed what it's doing too. It used to be a traditional movie theater, and the number of seats, it's now switched over to be a luxury where you have less seats, you got the recliners with the food, so you actually have less than half of the seats of what was originally there from a demand and a use in that area. So you have all these uses that from 25 years ago are just pivoting and changing and turning what they're doing to market conditions and such. So we're trying to stay with the times in this. And one of the other really important things that we wanted to do with this was support the actual businesses of South County Commons. You have the retails and the restaurants and all of those uses that are in South County Commons itself. And being able to provide some extra users, extra residents in the off-season at that time, right? You have a lot of beach and seasonal traffic that comes in, the hotel users and such, and those shops get a lot of use. These apartments, these multifamily residences will be supplementing through the winter seasons as well. So looking at a different shift in what is supporting what South County Commons and evolving it from what it started as. So that was what we've been working with the owners on and looking at how we can find uses that'll be supportive for the village and also obviously for the town. The town has a big need for affordable housing as well. So this does both. It provides the affordable housing in a village that has, it's its own village, it has its own support services, it has, and I'll go through some of the amenities and things that we were looking at to try to incorporate as well. But we're trying to incorporate it with the rest of the South County Commons Village as well. Just check my notes real quick here. One of the other advantages that we had as well was that the way that the special management district was written was really well written because it was meant to be kind of adaptive as well, right? There was a lot of uses available. There was a lot of ways to be able to develop this, knowing that there is a fluid dynamic that happens within a village, within the uses as well. So there's a lot of flexibility within the district when it was originally written to be able to use these as well. As I mentioned before, District 4 itself didn't allow for the residential uses. So that's something that we will be looking for. They call it an adjustment under the new ordinance, but a waiver, variance, all of the terminology we can use, any relief, all of those and such. So jumping back to the actual proposed uses now, Building 26, what used to be an office use, looking at a multifamily, it's a 52 unit. Again, 13 of those would be low and moderate income housing units. We put the breakdown in the upper right corner, and you don't have to zoom into that, but we did put the breakdown just showing how each of the unit types also has 25% as well. So there's some studio units in there's some one-bedroom units, and there's some two-bedroom units. All of those have 25% per use type. So it's not all the affordable units are the studios and you have the two beds. So all of them have the 25% breakdown for each housing type. Same with Building 28. There's some one-bedroom units and there's some two-bedroom units. Each bedroom count will have 25% as the affordable as well. So each of those buildings would end up having 13 affordable units. So that's 26 new affordable units to the town as well. For Building 26, it is located directly adjacent to Building 25, right on that large grass area that we were talking about. It is a 3 and 4 story, so it kind of has a walkout. So north is to the right, so the east side, the bottom on this page, would be a 3-story looking from the main parking area that you can see. That would be a 3-story. And as you come around the back, the western side, that would be a 4-story. So it'd be kind of your traditional walkout that you would see with as grades tend to go down. So the back would be a 4-story. But from the front, the main facade where you would be seeing and approaching from the parking area, it would look like a 3-story. We've also nestled the upper units and the roof lines to kind of nestle that 3rd story into that roof line as well, trying to match and make compatible architectural units to the adjacent buildings. Clearly, this is an infill area with Building 24, Building 25. It has the Hampton Inn on the other side. So it's really important to be looking at that architecture and trying to make that blend and compatible in that area as well. As far as Building 28, we had tucked that one behind the hotel. So we believe it's going to be effectively hidden right behind the Hampton Inn as well. We still are matching all the architecture to have it blend and be compatible with the hotel itself. That is a 4-story building. Again, that's 52 units with 13 low and moderate income housing units as well. Similar, the 4th story is built into the roof line, so we're trying to tuck those units so it looks more like a 3-story with how we end up doing it and tucking it together. As far as the amenities now, we've heard from doing obviously some of the District 5 as well, we heard a lot of the planning board comments regarding pedestrian connectivity, providing recreational areas, things like that for these apartment uses and these multifamily uses. So we looked at that and we looked at ways that we can incorporate some outdoor activity space, and we have some indoor as well. For instance, Building 26 has a gym down in the 1st story. It has a gym. It also has storage areas. So it has actually work from home spaces on the inside too. So that would be some pod stations that people could go to if they didn't want to work literally from their own unit. They could go down and use one of those units as well. So that's one of the indoor elements. As far as the exterior as well, we wanted to look at really finishing off and connecting some of the walking areas, the pedestrian walking areas, the sidewalks looping around, incorporating into the rest of the Main Street area, pulling people up into that northern part where the retail and the restaurant uses are. So we have a connectivity of a sidewalk system for pedestrians. We're also going to be using bike racks. Hampton Inn already has a bike rack there, but we're going to be incorporating bike racks at each of these as well. We're adjacent to the South County bike path that goes over to the west over there and has connectivity to a lot of great items. You get the YMCA over there. You can get to Old Mountain. You can get to all of those over there. So using connectivity both with either pedestrian and or bike paths as well. So that was another one of the items that we were incorporating, getting into there as well. We also have a grilled pavilion. We wanted to have an outdoor entity because a lot of times people like to grill, but with the apartment uses, there's concerns on fire, right? Fire safety. So having an outdoor grill area provides that place where people can still go and use an outdoor grill area. They would also be able to use the outdoor seating area. So with the hotel, you can see how we're looping those all together and incorporating them together around the Hampton Inn. There's the fireplace in the front with the Adirondack chairs, so you've got some outdoor meeting spaces that you could be using as well. We put a pickleball court out there because we wanted to provide some sort of an active space for folks as well. So that's what the pickleball is right there. And then we also have kind of outdoor dog areas as well, or not necessarily dogs, any outdoor pets that need to use kind of an outdoor area to just run around and have a place to go. Obviously with the apartments, they want some outdoor livings as well. So I think that was pretty much the highlights of what I wanted to cover tonight. I'd be happy, and obviously this is the first step. It's a pre-app conference. I'm here more to listen. I was just trying to give you enough details so you could at least understand the package, but we're more here to listen tonight and get feedback, and be happy to either answer questions or listen to feedback, any of the above.
Thank you. We certainly appreciate this opportunity to have the pre-application meeting, particularly because it's not necessarily required at this point in time, and it has in the past proven invaluable for both applicant and town and planning board. Are there any initial questions from board members? Liz, then Joe, then Susan.
Thank you. I think the architecture is very sensitively handled. I think it's very compatible with the adjacent buildings. If we could go back to the site plan, though, I do have some concerns. I think it's great that you have provided green space. My concern is if you're at building the one that's behind the Hampton, building 28, in order to get to the shops and to any of the restaurants, you're basically walking across parking areas. I happen to go to the gym that's right over there, and there's not a whole lot of green. So I'm just wondering how you can encourage people to walk across or bike across all that asphalt or whatever the paving is to get over to the main part.
And maybe, I mean, perhaps that's something that we need to explore even further. If it's not obvious, what we were looking to do is incorporate sidewalks along there. So there we have an entire, there's a loop of connectivity of sidewalks that go along there. They go along the asphalt area, so they'd be protected up on the curb, right? And then we have new crosswalks that we would have going in front of, both in front of the hotel and then in front of Building 26. There's sidewalks right along the side of that building, both 26, 25. So the intention is to keep people on sidewalks for the most part. And that's what we wanted to do. So we have new crossings. It would be demarcated with new crossings, especially the one on the western, kind of in the south, I'm going to say upper left, just to make it easy for everybody looking at this. The upper left corner of Building 26, it's an interesting intersection today, the way that it is. So we're going to clean up that kind of where that crossing is so that folks can get across in a protected area. There's a stop sign that's naturally there, so the people would be on the other side of the stop sign. So and crossing there is a sidewalk along that entire area, and that would get you up to the northern portion. So the intent is not to be, you would have to get off of the asphalt to get directly there, but you would just be walking across one set of parking, and then you would have a sidewalk the entire way. So the intention is to keep people on sidewalks for the most part. So maybe we need to do a better job of clarifying that on our preliminary, and I'll make sure we do a better job of putting that on there.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Joe.
Also, about the open space, I appreciate the efforts. It doesn't seem like a lot of open space for 104, but the other concern is it seems to be a little disconnected. So from the buildings to where the pickleball is, and I'm not quite sure about the grilling, but I think it's unlikely, from my experience, for people to go use a grilling area if they have to cross a parking lot, go behind another building. It would be nice if it was closer, co-located, maybe right outside the back door, where there's maybe some seating areas, a pergola. I think it's a lot more likely to be used. I'm not sure, did you cover parking? If you did,
I didn't cover parking, and I can if you'd like.
Yeah, just what,
Sure.
how many parking, I know it's going to be integrated with the rest of the, but how many new parking places are you proposing? How many of the existing parking places are you proposing on using?
Right, so we are going to take, so you can see, I mean, granted, this is a random photo right there, but you can see the number of open spaces. We will be providing, with the comprehensive permit package, we'll be providing the shared parking analysis that shows, because we have a lot of users that have different timeframes, right? So shared parking in villages is very common. Obviously, the hotel users and the multifamily would be similar times, right? People coming and going because they're similar. But between the gym uses, those are more office spaces and such. There's a difference in timing of when those folks are there. So we will be providing full shared parking analysis that we'll provide, so you can take a look as well. It's not in our benefit to underpark ourselves, because then we have angry folks as well, right? If the hotel doesn't have enough parking, they're not going to have people that are going to want to go there. If the apartment doesn't have enough people, they're not going to want to go there. So it's not to our benefit, but we will be providing a more detailed analysis for that as well. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess my only comment right now is just on the outdoor space. Okay. That one, the quantity, maybe a little bit more, and two, that it be co-located such that the people that move into those buildings feel like it belongs to them and not just some park on the other side of the complex.
Noted. Thank you.
Susan?
Hi, I have a couple of questions. So following up on an item that Liz just brought up, just to the top of the hotel, you have a sidewalk there and then the parking area. If that were widened to, say, a 10-foot green alleyway, where instead of walking across the parking lot, the sidewalk, and then to the rest of the complex, if you shifted the parking up and put down, say, a green alleyway with trees and some plantings and a sidewalk there, that would also buffer the side of the hotel from that big parking lot, I think that might be a lot more attractive for both the hotel and for the folks that have to walk that long distance across all of that asphalt. So I have a couple of questions. Are there any, so there was an office building proposed for spot 26. Is there any other development that's been approved for development at the site?
At 26 specifically?
No. At this site I'm looking at right here, has there
Sure.
been anything else approved for development besides that office building that we're not having?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge, no. There was, so 24, 25, and 26 were all part of that original master plan. 24 and 25 have since been built, and 26 is kind of that spot
Okay.
that's left there.
Okay.
28 is new. 28 was not part of
Yes.
the original master plan, so
But there's
not
no-
that I'm aware, no.
But there's no other hotel, no other restaurants or any other items that
No.
have already been approved for this site?
Gotcha, no,
Okay,
sorry.
okay. Can you tell me how Building 26 overlays with the present topography? Because you've got that parking lot, and then it drops off to
Yep.
a retention basin. But then I think that whole area is considered to be wetland, or at least it is on the town GIS maps. Is this exactly on the footprint of the present parking lot, or are you expanding?
Correct. Yeah, so we're talking about 28, right? Not 26?
Yes.
Okay, so 28, the kind of, I also call it an L-shaped building for lack of better, that's a detention basin that's, so looking at this plan again, the upper left corner, for lack of a better way of putting it, that there's an existing detention basin there, not touching that. That's going to be staying the way that it is, volume capacity and such. This is all within the existing parking. There's a retaining wall, there's a guardrail. It's all within the existing parking area. So we're not expanding into wetland areas. We're not getting closer to wetland areas over in that area.
Okay.
We're reusing the existing areas.
Okay. So was that original retention basin designed to handle the previous construction and now would need to be changed for this additional?
Yep. So we have we'll have a decrease in impervious between it, right? Because the parking lot going to, we have a building, but then we'll be pulling up some green space. Actually, Building 26 was a solid building before, so that kind of little atrium that you see down the middle, that's actually a reduction than previously before. So we actually have, we've looked at the preliminary drainage. We will have a reduction. We are required to do some water quality improvements, so we will be enhancing what's already there for a treatment system. We'll be adding some water quality units and enhancing it. But from a mitigation perspective, we'll have a decrease in impervious. We're going to have a decrease in runoff for all the storms as well. So we'll have to provide, obviously, all of those details with the stormwater report that the town engineer and Department of Environmental Management, we will have to get a permit modification from, or excuse me, probably not a modification, a new permit from DEM Wetlands as well, because we are adjacent to them. Yep.
So I've got lots of notes. I think that's all I have right now.
A couple questions, and then Caper. Great that you're thinking ahead and putting in a pet area, but you will probably want to look at it more closely so that there's no incursion into the buffer.
Okay.
Where that little rounded area
Got it.
comes out. The suggestions from fellow board members are very good relative to better connectivity, creating a green alleyway, and perhaps when you look at the area as a whole, you can think about, with the amount of parking that you will need, think about design in terms of the parking lots and also traffic calming, use of textured pavement, that kind of thing. The idea of moving the grilled pavilion is probably a good one. It is adjacent to the pool, and if you want to maintain that pool for use by the hotel only, that may be something that's helpful. Caper?
Yeah, I'm actually curious about sheet 3, where you see the larger area and how these new buildings fit in with the overall area. And what strikes me is, I get the desire to have the proximity to the commercial areas and the proposed use of both a different use for the parking space if it's not being utilized at the present time, and also the change of use in the building. But it strikes me that they're very isolated from all the other residential areas, and the big question to me is, what are the longer-term plans for some of the undeveloped portions of the aggregate site? Because the way you've talked about the design, you're focusing on how it relates to what's already there. Mm-hmm. But another way to integrate it is to think about how it moves into what will be there in the future. Because no matter what you do, Building 28 seems to me it's going to be isolated. And the walkways can make it safe, certainly, for people to have that traffic. And I think you've got that, you've got that definitely in mind. But thinking about how you could integrate it into the overall development, I know it's premature, but I think that as you're developing the designs, that would be something that I would encourage.
Thank you.
Susan?
For now.
Could you put back the last picture you had up just a minute ago with the site plan? So I drove there today, and what made sense for me, it was to pull into South County Commons and immediately take a left and sort of skirt along the eastern edge, and then go in front of the hotel and back to that parking lot in the back.
Okay.
And it looks like that's going to be the main thoroughfare for people, for 55 households who are living in that back building. It's going to be that one little roadway that runs between the hotel and Building 26. You're the traffic engineer, not me, but I wonder if that really makes sense to have 55 households skirting along that edge and then running up in front of the hotel and then in between that, in that alley, and if there's a more efficient way to move cars. I think it might make sense to go all the way to that rotary at Goddard School and then cut back that way, but I didn't go that way. That's not the way I think people would tend to go, but that seems like a pretty squozen place to try to squeeze all of those cars, especially in busy commutes.
I will just quickly clarify that I am not a traffic engineer, but you said I'm the but that's an answer that we can provide some additional clarity for that with the comprehensive permit submission as well. So noted. I noted the comment.
Also, I think we appreciate the early attention to detail with regard to the architecture. Mr. Landry was involved when with the design of the Hampton Inn, and we were fortunate that we were able to have a customized design rather than sort of your typical corporate Hampton Inn, with a lot of time and effort having gone into that. So that's certainly appreciated.
Yeah, that was the intent, right? It's an infill of a parcel, especially 26. It has a lot of uses around it, so it needs to integrate with it. It needs to be compatible with that, and that's our intent. So that's why we wanted to provide that elevation view of seeing how they and then height-wise too. That was important too. We wanted, even though we will likely be requesting the height variance, that's only due to the definition of how it works, because of the how the definition goes for the sides, and how the intent is that the actual building height will be same or lesser than Building 25 right next to it. So that's the intent of what we were doing. A little bit further down, thank you. You can see how they go together there. So the relief might still actually be because the height, but it's going to be the same as what 25 is next to it. That's what we're going for. So.
And again, I understand it's early on. The idea of a pickleball court is a good one, but with that number of residents, do you think that's viable to have one? And again, I know it's early on, but that's just, I saw one pickleball court and then,
I'm not a pickleball player, so I don't know, but I know it's popular for sure.
yes, it is popular.
Madam Chair, staff did communicate with them and have conversations associated with, we'll call it recreational opportunities. One thing I don't think you picked up on is that the pickleball court outside of a hotel room that someone may be trying to rest in. So there's a different nomenclature associated with noise from pickleball versus other sports activities.
Disagreements and such.
And Mr. Privy, did you have the opportunity to read the staff memo on this?
Did.
Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Just a couple of things about not just compatibility, but ability of the town to provide essential services. Has that conversation occurred either within your office or from our staff? Just wanted to make sure I brought that up.
Not as much. Yeah, no, we know that we wanted to get the concepts here. We know that we have more to do before the official comprehensive permit package is so. No, not so much yet. Yeah.
And having good communication between you folks, planning and DPS prior to that will be very helpful.
Correct. Yeah, I would think it's going to run as the normal process. We would go to TRCs, the daytime TRCs. I would think we had with preliminary discussions as well talked about going to the Affordable Housing Collaborative, going to Economic Development as well. Go to those the other committees as well and meeting with them as well. We thought that would be a really good idea as well.
Yes, it sounds as though you're following a good procedural route here.
Trying.
Any comments from staff?
No, I think Mr. Prevy's covered quite a bit of information tonight. The planning board members have had some thoughtful comments that will be evaluated by the applicant. I think the circulation pattern as it correlates to bringing a residential component to the southern part of this site, a couple planning board members touched upon that. And I think initially the layout of the sidewalks wasn't necessarily conducive to that residential component, so you may need to look very closely at that connectivity. But I think to Eric's point this evening, the likelihood of a large-scale office complex here as originally envisioned is challenging. The institution of more residential units within the development, I think, was a challenge from day one. Someone mentioned the isolation of the residential to the commercial. I think that's something in some originally thought through developments maybe missed the mark by not incorporating the residential into the complexity of the mixed use and isolating them similar to Euclidean zoning. So I think this is an opportunity potentially to reintroduce a residential component within the mix of uses. But there are some challenges to that you've touched upon with regards to vehicular and pedestrian circulation. While the applicant is trying to maintain the original footprint of development, I think potentially from a program standpoint, I'd like the planning board to keep an open mind to Susan's point that if there's a 24-foot, I'm going to put numbers to your comment, a 24-foot wide roadway, a 6-foot sidewalk, and a lot of cars going back and forth. If you wanted to add a 8-foot landscape island between the road, the sidewalk, that something has to give. It's either the size and scale of the development, or it's the perimeter edge. And I don't know if, from a wetlands perspective and DE permitting, whether they have any flexibility on that perimeter edge, but they may have some opportunities along the perimeter to find some additional space. Because again, they could remanage side slopes, they could build a retaining wall to sneak in a little more space, which would allow them to incorporate some of the comments made tonight about adding a little more pedestrian-friendly walkways versus putting a 6-foot sidewalk right next to a 24-foot travel lane that have people going to a hotel, people going to the residential units, people going to the gym, the movie theater at all times during the day, who aren't used to seeing a pedestrian who lives there walking a dog or some other aspect of that. So those are the challenges that they have to address. I'm confident they can overcome some of those items through good planning.
Thanks, Jamie. And I think it speaks to Susan's recommendation of some kind of an alley created along there that would be a pedestrian mechanism, and kind of looking at things from a fresh perspective. The original South County Commons utilized what they called linear parks, but they were really narrow areas of vegetation that not only allowed for infiltration, but potential small bits of open space. Anything else from board members? Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks for the comments and the feedback tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item is development plan review, change to a previously approved plan, Frank Avenue Industrial Park. Jamie, do we have anything on this? Do we have a representative?
I believe there's no representative here from Frank Ave. I have had discussion with Peter Schwartz, representing the planning board, about our ability as the administrative officer to remove this from the planning board's docket, treat it as a revision to a previously approved plan under the new legislative actions that an AO can undertake. And we're currently in discussions with the applicant's legal counsel. Just so everyone puts this in perspective, is originally approved was a 50,000 square foot building. The applicant, in essence, is proposing to do 5 smaller buildings, not exceeding the 50,000 square foot original footprint. The issue is that is an amendment to a previously approved plans. Traditionally, that would come before the planning board. Even with the changes in the legislation, I was still hesitant as the AO to just approve a plan. And in the plans that I have seen today, fall short on compliance with the town's landscaping plan and rely heavily on old plans that have not been updated to clearly show what is being proposed and how that new development is being landscaped. So in all of our discussions, I've stressed with Mr. Schwartz to portray the fact that as if this does become an administrative review, that it still 100% needs to comply with the requirements of the town code. And that doesn't mean look at a plan I prepared 15 years ago and put that in the plan set. That means revising the plans to be code compliant with the submission that we are reviewing, not necessarily cobble together a number of old plans and reference them. So, again, the biggest concern we have is once these things are built, someone is always looking for a certificate of occupancy. And if we don't have a clear, defined plan that shows what is being proposed and what is intended to be constructed, when we come to the certificate of occupancy phase, what plan are we evaluating for compliance? And it can't be a reference to 6 different plans who have 6 different slight variations. So again, we're working with the applicant and their legal counsel to look at the permitting course.
Thank you,
And-
Jamie.
And Jay has shown on the board, just if planning board members aren't familiar, that is the site on Frank Ave. It runs parallel on a slight southwesterly to northeasterly access. The building on the south side was the first building of the 50,000 square feet that was permitted on this site. That building was permitted as the first portion of a 50,000 square foot building. So I think the initial permit that was issued, determination was made that you can build up to a 50,000 square foot building, but you can always build something smaller than that, as long as you still adhere to that portion of the site plan.
Thanks, Jamie. This has been around for quite some time, so it would be great if it could move forward. Obviously, as you mentioned, the regulations in place at the current time apply to every applicant, and hopefully we can ensure that this moves forward and with an administrative review.
Yeah, and again, I'm not sure if I've touched upon everything or Attorney Schwartz has anything to add.
No, I wouldn't really add anything beyond what Jamie added. There are some other complicating factors regarding this application, because there was a prior approval that referenced an approval to a revised plan that was never recorded. So, there's a lot of back and forth between us and the legal counsel on the significance of that. But all that being said, I think Jamie's correct to say they have some information that they need to give us, which they haven't, and we're working with them as far as moving forward in the approval process.
Great, thank you. Our next agenda item is a recommendation to the Town Council, zoning map amendment 11 Kenyon Ave. Is there anyone representing the applicant?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. For the record, John C. Revens Jr., Revens and St. Pierre, 946 Centerville Road in Warwick for the applicant. With me are several of the administrative officers from South County Hospital, along with our land use and zoning consultant, Ed Pimentel, and our landscape architect, Don Layton. The subject property, as you indicated, Madam Chair, is 11 Kenyon. It's tax assessors map 64-1, lot 16. The parcel is approximately 39,640 square feet. It's been improved by mixed-use office and residential uses over the years. I think some years in the past, it was a doctor's office for, I believe, a practitioner by the name of Dr. Conrad. The improvements on the site include a building of approximately 2,000 square feet in footprint, with about 672 square feet of ancillary structure on the property. The site improvements, however, according to the assessor's website from a vision appraisal, show 23,784 square feet of existing impervious surface on the parcel. So according to that vision appraisal website analysis, If you subtract out the residential footprint, there's already 21,000 square feet of parking on the site. And when you add the residential back in and we go forward with the proposal that we're going to show you in a few minutes, by the calculations of Mr. Layton, our landscape architect, we're actually proposing a less impermeable surface going forward than exists there now with the parking that we're proposing for the site if the zoning change is approved. The subject property is presently zoned R10. The abutting properties on several sides of the property are also zoned R10. The property across the street on Salt Pond Road is a commercial neighborhood district. And the South County Hospital property is a few hundred feet up Kenyon Avenue, and as you know, that's zoned general institutional. When we were here a few years ago for the institutional master plan and for our efforts to try to establish some parking at Town Farm Park, you'll recall that there was the Town Farm Park proposal was for 171 parking spaces, none of which were achieved. So we've had, from the hospital's perspective, a continuing need for increased parking. The hospital was approached by the owner of this property, who is indicating that he is going to sell it. The hospital and the owner entered into negotiations and reached an agreement to purchase the property, subject to being able to get approval from the town to use it for parking. I'd like to ask Mr. Layton to come forward. Don is a professional landscape architect. He's worked on projects all over the United States for many decades. He's done work on properties that are town facilities as well as other places around the country. And I'd just like Don to walk through what he's done in behalf of the hospital to present to you so you'd have an idea of what would happen if you saw fit to make a recommendation to the town council to grant the proposed ordinance amendment. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Layton.
Good evening. Good evening. It's nice to be here.
Don, can you just state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Donald Layton, 44 Beach Avenue, Narragansett.
And you a registered landscape architect?
I am.
And could you please just briefly tell the board some examples of projects you've worked on in New England, such as this one that you're working on behalf of the hospital this evening?
Sure. Just as a brief history, I graduated from Rhode Island School of Design in 1978, 5-year program. Worked for DEM for 6.5 years in the planning department with the Bay Island system, and Beavertail being my first master plan project. In 1985, I grouped up with Will Gates, who is a local person that worked as a landscape architect as well. We worked 28 years. I think in the late 1980s, Tuckertown Park was one of our first projects that we did here. And others, including South County Common. We did the review for the Main Street area. We've worked out throughout New England, and for 15 years we worked in Egypt as well. I retired in 2020 and totally failed, and that's why I'm here tonight.
So Don, could you please explain to the board what you did in reviewing this site and what you found on the site and what exists there now and what you're proposing, please?
Sure. We were asked to take a look at the site in a very short time frame just to see if it would be suitable for parking. The parking for the hospital would be for employee parking. It's 600 feet away from the hospital, but it's on a corner of Kenyon and Salt Pond Road, and the only way we were able to get through a very short time frame of this study is the fact that in 2022 there was a very good survey of the property, which we used, and enlarged it to a 10th scale so that we could do a proper grading plan. And as part of the request to look at the parking, it was how many cars could you put on the lot and still have adequate landscaping so that it would be buffered from the neighbors. And also think forward to the fact that even though this is a preliminary study, it's going to need drainage, it's going to need engineering, and could you lay out a design, a preliminary design, that would accommodate not just the 55 cars that we've put on the site, but to accommodate the future drainage plans that would need to go along with this. I think on the second sheet, we have the drainage plan that we might be able to see.
Don, is there any drainage on the site now from the existing parking or buildings that are there?
There is not. I was able to walk the site with the owner and ask that specific question. It basically drains down to Salt Pond Road. There is, as you mentioned, Mr. Evans, there's a significant pavement that's on the site currently, along with a home and 2 auxiliary buildings. So there's quite a bit of hardscape that is on the site. And you can see that in that photo.
And how many access points are there to the site at the present time, please?
There's 2, but one has been blocked off. So currently, the only real access is off Salt Pond Road. There was and is access, as you can see, onto Kenyon, but the owner of the property said that a lot of people would use his parking lot as a shortcut, so he blocked it off. So there are currently some large planters that are sitting on that particular access piece to keep cars from cutting through the parking lot. But as you can see, the asphalt and the homes that are built into the grading of the site is where we started and wanted to understand first how the hospital was going to use this as parking. One of my first questions is, would there be a shuttle bus bringing people to and from? The answer was no. So the people would be walking from this parking lot to the hospital. It's 600 feet. It's 2 football fields. And we assumed that that would still be at the location where I just described the access point being shut down by these large planters that are along Kenyon. The other part of the site that I was impressed with were the large trees, mostly deciduous along Kenyon, and some evergreens that are along Salt Pond. And I thought, well, let's see if a layout could be accomplished by maintaining these large trees, and that's what we've attempted to do. The other part of the site that was kind of advantageous is there's a 6-foot fence, a 5 to 6 foot fence, it varies in height, that runs around 2 sides of it, the west and north side of the property. So there was already some ability to have some screening from the adjacent neighbors. The layout that we came up with maintained the one and only access point on the Salt Pond Road. We used the existing access onto Kenyon, as I had described earlier, as the pedestrian connection that would lead people from the parking lot across Kenyon to a sidewalk that's existing, and they would walk the 600 feet up to the hospital. The parking arrangement is the standard 18-foot by 9-foot parking spaces within a 60-foot a bay. There's 2 bays, and as you can see in the middle, there's a large green space, 15 feet on the narrowest part, expanding to 30 feet on the north side, on the right side of that graphic. The reason why it's not landscaped is because, as I said earlier, there needs to be a drainage plan that accommodates and is part of this final design package. And working with engineers over the many years that I've been involved with them, they would appreciate this type of space either to have infiltration or underground storage. So the notion was, let's keep as much green space within those 2 bays, and it could also help in the grading plan, because the grade does drop significantly from the west side down to Salt Pond Road. So there could even be some grading within that green space as well. On the north side, as cars enter from Salt Pond, the connection road, the little connection in, is on the same layout as the existing asphalt. It's 20 feet off the north property line, and so we did not move any new asphalt closer to the north property line. The the west side, on the upper end, that parking bay is 25 feet off the property line. And as I mentioned, we have quite a bit of green space in between the parking bays, and if we have to accommodate a wider buffer, we have the room to move some of the asphalt around to accommodate that. The trees, the larger trees you can see are measured with their diameter. On Kenyon Street, there are some very large deciduous trees. We'd like to maintain those so the grading can't change around that. On Salt Pond, there are some large evergreens as you come in the entrance road, so we would maintain those. For the perimeter along the north side and the west side, there would be new evergreens introduced. They would be a combination of arborvitaes, cryptomeria, cedars, that would give variety and texture to the landscaping, but also a pretty good screening within a 3-year period so that there wouldn't be any view of any parking, nor the lights. So I should mention that the idea of lights should be introduced. It's a concept that I think is important because of safety. The lights would be positioned so that they would shine away from the neighbors. They would certainly be dark sky compliant, so the light would just stay on the surface. Along Kenyon Street, with the large deciduous trees, the landscape is being proposed to have understory plants that would again screen the parking from the neighbors, so from the other side of Kenyon Street. The understory plants come out to the corner where there'd be a sign indicating where the hospital is. It'd be very similar to the sign that they have in front of the hospital now. And there would be some additional plantings with smaller perennials, a split rail fence, perhaps some boulders, and a little bit of a stone wall to hold up the grade of that parking bay that's the closest to the Salt Pond Road. There might be a little bit of a view up from the intersection, but the idea is that the view would be focused on the fencing, the perennials, and a little bit of color that would be on the corner of the two streets. The layout was done with a very preliminary grading plan. So what you see before you does not exceed a 5% pitch, which is a 1 in 20. We wanted to make sure that we could put the 55 cars in there and not exceed the 5% pitch. We wanted to make sure that you could walk to the sidewalk and have that as handicap accessible, which is a 1 in 20. And the grading is such where it pitches all towards basically Salt Pond Road, with the idea that we could catch a lot of the water within the two bays, and then probably down towards the entrance area there would be underground drainage facilities to handle that. There is a crosswalk that we were indicating that would connect from the parking lot from Kenyon over to the opposite side, the south side of Kenyon, where the existing sidewalk is. We placed it so that it wouldn't be directed into the two driveways that are over there. And those particular ones were just measured off a aerial photo, so that probably needs to be fine-tuned as well as this process goes forward.
Don, when you looked at this, did we also look at having an entrance on Kenyon and closing off the entrance on Salt Pond?
We did, and it was something that it was there, it was existing, it made it a little closer to the hospital, but because of the traffic that's on Salt Pond, because of headlights and everything that's associated with an in and an out, we decided that the Salt Pond entrance would probably be the safest, which is the one that they use today.
And when we did that, isn't it true that if we had done it the other way, we would have had 7 additional parking spaces on this site if we had kept the entrance on Kenyon and closed the one on Salt Pond?
That's correct. I was asked to see how many cars I could put on there and maintain landscaping, and with the entrance on Kenyon, we actually had 61 spaces. But this was the decision to keep the traffic on Salt Pond.
So the screening that's on Kenyon should pretty much block the view of the properties that are on the other side of the street from looking into the parking lot with the landscaping that you're proposing?
Absolutely. And the island on the south side of the division between the two parking spots, you can see where that is also heavily landscaped. The center of that island could be landscaped as well, but I did not put anything in until the drainage plan was in place. And the other part of a parking lot is always thinking about snow and where to plow it and how to plow it. And so you can see where I actually have removed one of the island pieces where snow could be plowed to the north along green strips of grass. But as you come in the entrance, I did not remove that. I left that as a place to put some landscaping, a small tree, so as you enter into the parking lot, you're looking at landscaping. But from Kenyon, that's a very good point. There is understory plantings under the existing trees, but there's also fencing and perennials along that south side of the planted island.
And just for the record, Madam Chair, this is daytime parking, employees only. This is not for patient parking. It's not for any other parking. So on the lighting will be dark sky compliant, but the lighting will be off by, on the outside, 8 o'clock at night, because this is daytime parking. So in the winter, we would expect that the daytime employees who are parking there have exited that parking lot long before 8 o'clock. So I'm being conservative, saying 8, because this is going to be mostly people coming in between 7 and 8:30 in the morning, and people leaving between 4:30 and 6 in the evening, Monday to Friday. So there won't be a nighttime parking lot. It won't be a weekend parking area for employees. So that lighting won't be on beyond whenever the last employees are exiting, and that would only be in the months between, I guess, October and May, if I were guessing, when it's not light enough out to walk through there between 6 and 8. So that would, and by dark sky compliant, as you all know, it means the lighting's not shining on any of the abutting properties, and it would just be what's necessary so people can safely walk from their car to the crosswalk and the sidewalk and back, not any more than that. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, and thank you for your thorough presentation. Before we get to questions, I'd like to have staff and/or legal talk about the process for this. We're an advisement to the town council and how procedurally it would move forward, particularly if it were to be approved, coming back for development plan review.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to quickly outline the process for approval of this zoning ordinance amendment, you're correct that your role here is to advise the town council with regard to consistency with the comprehensive plan and the general purposes of zoning. After you give that recommendation to the council, and there's a timeline set in statute for giving that recommendation at 45 days from submission of the application. But once that recommendation is given, it goes to the council for a public hearing. It's going to be advertised before the council, which it's not advertised before you. They'll have a hearing on the zone change amendment. If the council approves the zone change amendment, then any further approvals that were required for development of the parcel would come back to you at that time for the permitting approval that would be required, such as development plan review. So at this point, really you're just considering, is it appropriate for the council to change the zone, and then any particulars of the application.
And since Mr. Layton gave us such a thorough overview, can we ask him questions?
Oh, you can ask them questions, sure.
Thank you. I had a couple. Did you have the opportunity to assess the health of those, the conifers and the deciduous trees that are, I'm not sure if they're actually within the property line or if any of them are in the right-of-way?
They are, some of them are right on, the ones on Kenyon are right on the property line. The larger ones, there's a group of them. I would say one is within the property and two are on the property line. The visual assessment, they looked healthy. They looked healthy. I didn't see any broken limbs. The ones I would question, and I do know that they are on the site, and I would recommend they be taken down, are 5 very large white pines that are on the north property line, and they are right on within the fence on the north property line. And they could be certainly a liability, but they have grown so large they don't offer anything for screening. So I would be looking to recommend taking those down.
Madam Chair, if I could just add to that, the neighbor on that side has already made inquiry of my client, the South County Health, to take those down. But we wanted to wait until we got past the rezoning issue because they're concerned about the health of those specific ones. And if we get past that from the planning board and the council, and that the zone change gets approved, then our intention would be to accommodate the neighbor's request and take those trees down. But we don't own the property now,
Right.
and we're still at the beginning of the process, so we didn't want to jump in and do that.
Correct.
But we were asked to do that, just so you know about it. Thank you.
And appreciate the detail in the center island and getting through the drainage process prior to making a decision about any plantings in there. Also appreciate the variety and the texture aspect of the cryptomeria, the arborvitae, and the cedars. Nice to see that. You may hear some comments about, and this is more of an engineering thing, the location of the crosswalk. I understand that's not a landscape thing. Comments from other members?
Well, first, to the hospital staff and officers, thank you for the important work you do for the community. Certainly appreciate it. It makes our community a better place to live, so thank you for that. Question to staff. Being that this is a recommendation to the town council, will we get another opportunity to review the plan as a development plan review, or should we try to mitigate those concerns now?
So just, I think Peter Schwartz went through the process. This is a map change, so the potential is to have town council rezoning it from residential to government institutional. Under the governmental institutional classification, there is a permitting process that comes back before the planning board. The hospital has an institutional master plan that was approved by the planning board. That institutional master plan does not contemplate parking anywhere except on their campus, with one exclusion. They did talk about their Kenyon property immediately across from the main entrance, but they did not talk about this. So I don't want to say, I don't want to call it two bites at the apple, but amendment to the institutional master plan, and that's the primary thing where you would see more detail, and then from institutional master plan, site plan approval.
Okay, so with that in mind, I'll try to break my questions and concerns into two groups. The first one being things that I'm concerned about in order to make a positive recommendation. And then the second one, some comments or something to think about relative to the eventual development plan review. Connectivity between here and the hospital. I don't think you've talked about that too much, but is there sidewalks, is there lighting? Can you go over the connectivity between here and the hospital? What neighbors are between here and the hospital, how that potentially affecting people walking back and forth?
Well, there is a sidewalk, narrow as it is, and it's on the south side of Kenyon. And it is probably 3.5 feet. That's just an estimate of how wide it is. There would be, I guess we can count right here, there's 5 houses that you would be walking past to get to the hospital. And
The status of the lighting on that sidewalk and the status of the lighting on that street?
that is a good question, and I cannot answer that. The status of the lighting on Kenyon Street. But that would be something to be concerned about, for sure.
So that would be one thing in the recommendation to town council, to make sure there's adequate lighting either installed by the applicant or if it's town has a plan. But that would be something I'd be concerned about. As far as the plan itself, what is the condition of the fence now between that and the residential?
It's in very good condition.
What type of fence is it?
It's a vinyl fence, so it's and I call it a 5 to 6 foot height because it's stepping down on the grade. So in some places it's 6 feet, in some places it's 5 feet. But it's actually in good condition, and it wraps around both the west and north side of the property.
Is it a solid fence so that light can't penetrate?
It's solid, yeah.
Okay. I mean, that would, when we get the development plan review, that would be one of my concerns, that there be some type of maintenance plan and that actually be either installed new, or if it's in good shape, that be some type of maintenance plan where that is upkept pretty much for longevity. And then I noticed in your plan that you had some light poles. It'd be nice if something that fit a little bit more into a residential, maybe a lower line, instead of poles, some type of lighting closer to the ground, so you don't see it from either of the streets, but it still lights up the parking lot adequately.
Yeah, so the trick with lighting is that you can have less light fixtures the higher the fixture is. The closer it gets to the ground, you need more, and you could even do bollard lighting.
Yep.
But you would need sufficient. And maybe there's combinations too, where in the middle of the field, in the middle of the parking, maybe there is a pole or two that I'm indicating would be within that.
We don't have to address that today, because I think that that's something we're going to have to, but when we get to there, I mean, my preference would be that you don't have an industrial-looking lights, that the lights from both streets appear to be either not visible or something that's more consistent with a residential.
Understood.
The other concern I have, and I know there's people much more educated on landscaping than me, but a single row of arborvitae, I would rather see something with a little more depth than a single row, something that you don't rely on one arborvitae dies, and then you got lights flashing into the neighbor's property. So something that's more dimensional, something that is a little more vegetation on both property lines.
Yep, I agree.
It would be good, I know you don't plan on a shuttle, but it would be good if there is, at least we plan on having traffic circulation that could eventually support a shuttle. it seems like the solution to parking may be this, as well as at some point in the future, additional one, and at some point you may end up using a shuttle. So I think that it would be wise to, even if you don't have a shuttle, have provisions for one, or at least that we have the turning radiuses and such. I think that's it. Like, my concern right now would be ensuring that there's good connectivity between this and the hospital. So that's what I'm hoping we can address for a positive recommendation.
Other comments? Susan?
Hi. This was really thoughtfully done. That's apparent in what you've done here. I think you've thought this well. I do have a couple of questions, though, and I won't get into picking at it because I realize that's not in this stage, but the evergreens that are along Salt Pond Road have been limbed up to 5 feet. And so I think that my view from Salt Pond, I'll look up that hill right at the grills of cars. So I wonder if something more substantial than, and I realize this is preliminary, but more substantial than ornamental grasses or something can be put along that. It looks like you've been careful to shield the view from neighbors, but I think there's also that traffic on Salt Pond.
Mm-hmm.
The knotweed across the street is not so pretty, so I don't like that either. But here, I think that it might be desirable not to see the front ends of all those cars parked along that front row on Salt Pond Road, and something a little more substantial there to do that. Is the crosswalk this close to the corner actually a DOT-approved sort of placement of a crosswalk that close to a busy intersection? Like, is that something that you've been through DPS, or who determines crosswalk location? Like, is that an appropriate?
The crosswalk was placed where I believe people are going to be crossing. I mean, I walked the site several times, and it was just very easy to cross there. I think usually crosswalk locations are sorted out between town road, state road, DPW. There's a lot that goes into a final crosswalk location.
Right.
But I felt like the distance back from the intersection was adequate. I felt that it would be the easiest place for people to access the site, as opposed to somehow forcing them to go downhill before they turn around and go now 600 feet plus uphill. So it was just a common sense type of location to be reviewed by the engineers.
Okay. Is this assigned parking for specific employees? And is this a one shift? Is this like the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift? Or is this, in your mind, people coming and going at different times of the day at different staggered shifts?
It's my understanding from discussing this.
Excuse me, when you
I'm sorry.
folks switch speakers, can you just re-identify yourself so it's
sure.
clear on the tape?
Yeah,
Thanks.
Jack Revens. It's my understanding, after quite a bit of discussion with the client, that this is daytime parking, it's first shift, so that unless someone on that shift had enough time and had a need to leave the facility to run an errand or get lunch, they would come in the morning, park, walk up the street to work, walk back to the car and leave at the end of the day. So this would be like a 7 o'clock-ish in the morning till 8:30 kind of activity of people coming in, and then late afternoon, like sometime between 3 and 5 or 5:30, people leaving, and then it's empty. Wouldn't be used at all beyond that, because the peak parking need is when the hospital is full of employees, it's full of the inpatients, and then all of the people who are coming in either to the ER or for other services where they're in and out during the day. So from 10 o'clock in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you've got a lot of pressure on the parking, and the idea of having a designated group of employees that would be designated to park here, it wouldn't be random. You'd have to park in that lot. You wouldn't have an assigned space, but you'd be assigned to that lot. We'll free up more parking at the campus entrances for people who are patients or visitors to use it more readily.
Okay.
And it does now. if
So-
that helps you. And we'll have more specifics as we go along, but that's the general gist of it as I understand it from Andrew Prescott, who's the general counsel.
So there would be a group of employees specifically told not to park in the main lots at the hospital, but to park in this lot down the street?
That's correct. Since we
Okay.
were here last for the IMP, there's been designated sections in the parking on the main campus, and people are assigned to those sections based on decisions within the hospital administration. So no, the employees can't randomly park now just anywhere they see a space. If you're the color purple or you're the number 5, whether they do it with numbers or colors, then you're assigned to a particular area where you park.
Got it.
And that's helped a lot, and this is intended to follow that same concept. Thank you.
Thank you. You had mentioned that this would be a handicap accessible lot,
Well, you're required to do that.
except that
We're not going to assign.
I might be a little surprised that you would have someone who was in a wheelchair parking down the road.
We wouldn't. Well, if we have any employees who come to work in a wheelchair, they certainly wouldn't be parking in this lot. Absolutely not. Or anyone else who had, like Mr. Pimentel, who's here this evening to assist us, is wearing a boot.
You're not going to make him park down here?
So we wouldn't, if somebody was coming to work in the hospital and they had a boot on for 3 months, they'd get a new parking space. We wouldn't expect someone to be punished and have to walk up the hill in the boot.
And then lastly, I don't know if it's relevant to talk about that other potential parking lot down on Route 1 where the Department of Public Services building is.
No,
So this is a
that's
freestanding-
outside tonight's discussion. Correct?
That's correct. Ultimately, the recommendation is going to go on to whether or not this particular parcel should be rezoned. So it is kind of extraneous to that. Your decision, I won't affect that.
Okay, so I have one last question. If this is rezoned GI, it can be used to be a parking lot for the hospital, but it could be used for potentially any other purposes that a GI zone is used for?
If it went through the permitting process and was approved, and that a permitting process would come back before you, so.
Okay.
And Peter,
I-
a zone change, I was going to say you can condition that, correct?
I was just going to add that if the council felt appropriate, they could condition the use of it, the condition approval of the zone change to a specific explicit use.
Other questions, comments? Liz?
I just have one quick question. If the hospital were to redesignate this parking area for, let's say, people who stay late, we never know how late hospital staff is going to stay, what changes would that impact? Or
when we-
how would that impact the design?
No, when we come back to you, assuming we get approval from the town council, we wouldn't be opposed to you putting it in the IMP as to when this would be used for parking, and if we wanted to change it, we'd have to amend the IMP, which would be before you, if that would make you comfortable. You know, we're not trying to show you something and change it into something else, but like when Mr. Privé was here earlier with the apartment building instead of the office building, none of us know what 20 years from today would bring, or maybe even 10 or 15. But we wouldn't have an issue with that being clear in the IMP that it's for daytime employee parking, as we're explaining to you, if that is what you're driving at. If I missed the question, let me know. But
No, thank you.
Sorry, I have one more question. If we approve this for daytime parking only, which means essentially there's no lights on for 9 months out of the year, would they need to come back to us to turn it into 24-hour parking, second shift parking, where there would be lights on overnight or late into the night?
Yeah, Madam Chair, to address that, any conditions you place upon any approvals or anything in their application becomes regulatory enforceable. So if their application says the parking lot utilization is between 6 a.m. and we'll just say 8 p.m., 12 months out of the year. Those are the regulatory parameters of that, and any changes to that would need additional applications and revisions.
And we're fine with that. Can I be a pain in the neck for a minute?
Yes.
Thank you. The issue with the other parking site that the hospital's looking at, since somebody wanted to ask that, and we're not trying to hide that, that's a long way down before we could ever get to a point of getting that approved. But even if we did, with these proposed parking spaces that are on this site, as you're seeing the plan today, and the additional spaces that might become available at EMS, when you add those two together, it wouldn't be half of what we would have had if Town Farm Park parcel had worked appropriately for parking, because that was 171. So this is 55, and the EMS one, I don't know exactly, but from informal discussions I've had with my client, they probably wouldn't get more than 30 or 40 spaces out of that parcel that would be available for the hospital if that ever happens. So that wouldn't eliminate the need for this in case that was a concern that anyone had. It would be nice if you could get it all in one place, but you'd still need this.
Thank you for the explanation.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I did want to mention that we received correspondence from Lynn Harper, which should be shared with the applicant, concerns about notification, traffic study and impact, crosswalk location, safety, alternative parking solutions, environmental and archaeological considerations, and landscaping, lighting, and community impact. Anyone else have any?
Madam Chair, as a
Yes.
point to that letter, the applicant was given a copy to that and did have a brief opportunity to review that.
Very good. So, as board members will note in the staff comments, there is not any draft motion. However, it would be appropriate for us at this point to ask staff to draft an appropriate motion for this project that we feel should be sent forward to the council.
I'd be glad to make that motion. I think we need a little bit of discussion on what we would like to see the town council consider as part of this zone change. I think we should, from my personal perspective, I think we need to address the connectivity between the parking area and the hospital to ensure that it's safe, that it's lit, but not to the point where the lighting would impact the neighbors. We don't have a plan between that conductivity. I just want to make sure, people tend to walk in a straight line, but on the corners they tend to cut. So I want to make sure there's some type of some provisions that are put up so that people that are using this don't cut across neighbors' property. I'm not sure how wide the right-of-way is there, but there might be some opportunity to put in some type of protective means to keep people walking back and forth to, like I said, going on to private property. So those are the things I'd like to see the town council consider and put in our letter if we'd make it positive.
Thank you. We have a motion from Joe. Do we have a second? And then we can discuss, in addition to issues raised this evening, what we would like to incorporate into that. Second from Susan. Further discussion? Jamie, obviously you've heard our concerns this evening relative to landscaping, safety, lighting, ingress, egress, connectivity. Other thoughts that folks would like to have? Caper?
Traffic, the congestion. I mean, there's been a lot of, so keeping the parking opening on the Salt Pond Road area, I think, my concern is, will that drive more traffic onto Woodruff Avenue? There's already been difficulty with speeding along this intersection. There's new stop signs that have been put in, and there's huge traffic problems along there. So traffic, I think, is an issue. My primary concern with the preliminary question that I see is the recommendation, or the decision to go from residential R10 to government institutional. The neighborhood, as I understand it, is really predominantly residential. Across Salt Pond Road, there is that office complex, and then there's the hospital. So really, the question to consider is, do you want that buffer to become more institutional, integrating it with the commercial, or do you want to maintain the residential continuity?
Well, this is a request that has been made, and therefore, that's something that should be considered. However, there can be, as Jay said, limitations placed on any kind of a zone change. There can be conditions associated with the zone change. And those are things that, if we feel those are necessary, should be part of any correspondence sent to the council. And at this point, we're just directing staff to develop a motion for us to have a look at the next appropriate opportunity that would then convey these thoughts to the council.
Thank you, Madam Chair, because as I spoke with council a moment ago, I was concerned that your expectations were to give us some language that we would draft a motion and then give that motion to council. So if you saw my microphone on for the last couple minutes, I was looking to interject, and I think you answered the question that I was going to pose, is that we've listened to all your concerns. We have to look at the regulatory aspects of your recommendation as required by Rhode Island law as you make that recommendation to the council. Some of the things you're talking about this evening or have talked about are very site-specific and design review orientated. We will roll them into language associated with a favorable recommendation for approval from residential to GI, with the understanding that a number of things will be addressed during the permitting process. But I don't think you can, and council can correct me, make an approval to the, I'll use an example, to council to approve the zone change so long as no lighting is over 10 feet tall. That's very site-specific versus regulatory on the change. That comes a little bit further down on the permitting process, but I think you're understanding that lighting, landscaping, buffering, traffic, pedestrian safety, all of those items need to move forward in this process, are the things that we are hearing as your staff this evening. So.
Yes. Any additions to that? Susan?
Pardon my ignorance, is there an opportunity for any public comment tonight?
It's not a
It's
public
not
hearing.
required, so it's not posted a public hearing. There wasn't public notice required.
However, since we are only at 10 past 8, if there is anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this, come right up. And with the understanding that this is not development plan review,
Yep.
nor is it a public hearing.
Yeah, my name is Lynn Harper, and I live at 31 Kenyon Avenue, the brick house adjacent to the subject property. And I'm here speaking on behalf of some of the Kenyon Avenue neighbors that couldn't be here. And we were very confused about the whole zoning change process and why it's planning board and town council and not the zoning board. So thank you for the clarification earlier. And thank you for it is a very thoughtful design, and we, certainly just want to make sure that if it does go to the change, that it is restricted to just parking and not anything else that could be built in that zone, like a medical office building or something. So if I think I heard you guys right, you can put those kinds of restrictions on either the recommendation or during the institutional master plan process, where I got the impression you guys read my correspondence.
We did.
And I appreciate all the attention to that. And regarding the sidewalk, just a comment, all those houses on the sidewalk side are owned by senior members of the community that don't necessarily aren't able to shovel their sidewalk as, we're supposed to. And so if the hospital is going to be using that sidewalk for its employees, it might be nice that they could extend their wonderful sidewalk maintenance that they do from there, And there are still some improvements to that sidewalk at that end that might want to be considered because it is very uneven. And I don't know, we want to make sure that lighting, screening, public safety relative, especially to that crosswalk, is closely looked at. So we appreciate your thoughtful attention to that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this? We do have a motion on the floor in a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Nays? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair,
Thank you.
members of the board, and assuming we can use the crosswalk as we're proposing it now to the sidewalk, I'm sure the hospital will be happy to take over the plowing of that sidewalk in the winter for the neighbors who live there. Thank you very
Thanks.
much.
The board normally takes a 5-minute break a couple hours into our meeting, so perhaps we can have a 5-minute break at this point, everyone. Are we set to continue, Jamie? Okay. And before we get to that survey, we do have a formal request from Mark de Morinville, who's the chair of the Sustainability Committee, who would like the Planning Board's formal support of the event. They're having a community forum on stormwater management, water quality, and climate resilience in South Kingstown. It's scheduled for Tuesday, November the 19th at the high school. There is no time at this point, but I'm sure that staff will let us know, but I hope that everybody can attend. And should we have a vote to give this, or is a general consensus for support adequate?
I think general consensus for support and acknowledgement that staff will send, I don't want to call it an invite, but make our land use boards and commissions aware
Excellent.
of this forum.
Great, thanks. To our next agenda item, completion of South Kingstown Housing Initiative Survey. And just before we get to that, I just want to reiterate, we all had an email from Jay reminding us of the planning and zoning training that is going to occur from statewide planning on November 9th, which is a Saturday. Everyone should have the link in their email. Highly recommend that folks attend. Jamie?
So, Madam Chair, your agenda item tonight is specific to looking at the town's 3 sites, being South Road School, Wakefield Elementary, and the Oliver Watson House. It's intended to be a discussion with built consensus on how you feel these sites should be ranked, which concepts you like the most. We would not recommend you to say none of the above. By saying none of the above, you kind of pass your discretionary knowledge to the council with a 0 recommendation to them, which leaves them the opportunity to choose what they want because you weighed in as none of the above. So we would highly recommend you thoughtfully rank the components, what your number 1 is, your number 2, and your number 3 is. I know Brian has the full surveys. What I have up is the presentation for Union Studios when they did the boards and commissions survey. We can switch screens to go to the actual survey. But I just wanted to bring this up so that you are aware that we can bounce back and forth between screens. If you have questions on the concepts or want to see them at a larger scale, we can move back and forth. But again, the ability to rank these and build consensus is important. There have been, we'll use the term vibrant discussions, Brian, at meetings you've attended with regards to the ranking and also the opportunity to provide additional commentation on your rankings and what you feel may be other alternatives or things that you feel may make even 1 or 2 of the concepts better by adding a component or 2, or simply just saying, we love A and A's are number 1, but we really want to give B and C a 0 because we're so in love with one of them, but commenting on them.
Thoughts?
So we are operating under the premise that all 3 of these sites will be developed for housing. Like I had the impression that the town council sort of threw that idea out there and said, what would you do if you did housing? Are we skipping the part of the conversation where we're deciding if it's even appropriate to put housing at all 3 sites, or is that train already left the station here?
So what the survey is asking you to do in our guidance from council is they're asking you to rank the concept plans prepared by Union Studio. So I'm just going to use South Road as a quick example. If you say South Road should be raised and not used for housing, that's a recommendation to council, but it gives them no insight into the fact that if it is developed for housing, which proposal do you prefer? So what we've been tasked with is asking you to rank the proposals. What do you like best if housing is developed here? And then you can have the discussion amongst yourself and add a comment to the survey about potentially doing something different. But our task really is, these will potentially be developed for housing. If they are, which proposal would you prefer and how are you ranking them? I am not sitting before you tonight telling you that council has absolutely decided to develop all 3 sites for housing. None of the sites for housing or alternatives to housing at the 3 sites. They have a housing initiative, they hired Union Studios, they have concept plans, they will be vetting those concept plans through boards and commissions, and then Union Studios is actually doing a presentation before the council on the 28th, next Monday night, because the council hasn't sat through all 3 presentations, only certain members attended them and some watched them online.
And Jamie, when I first read this questionnaire survey, I thought it was somewhat restrictive. Although the fact that the opportunities for, well, it's called guided comments, but opportunities for comments do expand that somewhat. But that was my first impression.
I have a question on clarification. So are we going through and saying which of the 3 sites, are we ranking which of the 3?
So you're looking at each site independent of each other.
Oh, okay, so we're not ranking the sites first and then looking.
So I'm just going to blow this up
Yeah.
real quick, and I may switch it over to Brian. So this is South Road School. There's a score of 1 to 10. So you could come to the opinion that I like all 3, and I'm doing this for discussion purposes, and all 3 are a 10. But that still doesn't give significant guidance to the council. I don't know, maybe there isn't a favorite. But then we're also asking you to rank them. If the council had to pick one of your 3 favorites, which one would you most like them to build? It's not an easy task. And again, there was very spirited debate at EDC in the Housing Collaborative. And Terry let me know from the Rec Commission last night, there was a lot of discussion and debate last night also.
The other thing is that, and Susan sort of alluded to it, there isn't really a place for those intangibles, because one of the more interesting questions that was asked of it wasn't the Union Studios, it was the Peregrine Group, and the answer, as I expect, was it depends. So some of these things do depend on, like when someone asked the question about, well, how likely is it that in these types of reuse scenarios, a nonprofit would be available or be likely to do the project as opposed to a for-profit developer, and one of those was it depends kind of answers. So, but I think that it would be useful for us to put our concerns relative to some of those intangibles or other ideas we might have into those little boxes.
My thoughts is, even though we're supposed to do this 3 sites individually, to some extent, I think it's makes sense to look at it holistically. If you look at the Oliver Watson, they don't have sewer there, they're not gonna get sewer there. It would be, in my opinion, good to have maybe some manor houses with very small number of units so that you're balancing having a substantial amount of units with a minimal amount of wastewater. So, you're looking at like 1-bedroom units. But looking at it holistically, if that's the case, then we also need a place for, as we know, our housing needs are diverse, both 1-bedrooms for elderly people and multi-bedrooms for families. So from that perspective, I think at this site, it would be good to perhaps have one of the plans that provides more for families. The other issue that comes up is Oliver Watson House is not going to have sewers. Wakefield does. This one's on the bubble. Does it get it or doesn't get it? It's going to depend on how many units actually go in it. I think the closest sewer is probably 1,800 feet north on South Road. Whether it has sewers or not, it's going to make a big difference when you go with a 94 unit or a 46 unit. I'm not sure where that leaves me when I'm looking at them individually.
Again, some of it is the infrastructure issues are to be worked out. It really, discussion on density, layout, if sewer has to be brought in, that is potentially an issue. There's nothing prohibitive from our understanding of potentially bringing sewer into South Road or Oliver Watson. It's just a fiscal impact to the development of those sites.
So I know you don't want to hear this, but I just think that we would be better off as the planning board going to a recommendation of town council, asking them to look at it holistically, looking at the diverse needs of affordable housing, the unique nature of each of these properties, and targeting it, again, holistically, where some units are better fitted for the small and some are better, some areas are better fitted for families. So
I'm just going to switch screens with Brian so he can put the different surveys up. And again, I have larger plans that I could show if you want to revert back to those. Brian, did you start with South Road with EDC and the collaborative?
Yeah, I just went in the same order that we did the presentations in.
Okay. So again, Madam Chair, on South Road, you have 3 options, A, B, and C. The one on the left, A, is a single building proposed with 94 units. B is the cottage development with 3-bedroom units, 46 total. And then the C is a similar layout to the cottage, but there's a mix between 3-bedroom units and 2-bedroom units, and also the introduction of 3-unit townhouses with 47 total units.
So if I was looking at this site, I would choose something like A, but I would say instead of having it set up like a strip mall where all the parking is out front and there's this ginormous building out back, I would set up 2 maybe large manor-looking houses up in the first third of the site and tuck all that parking back behind it and maybe talk about something like that. But that's not being offered to us. It's built like a strip mall here, and I think that they showed us this that we would all be shocked by how much we hated it and then like the next plan better. Like they've done this, they did it for all 3. They showed us the most horrifying thing and then showed us something better.
Yeah, I think they showed you the most dense plan in a large building, but I think to your point, Susan, and this is the spirit of the discussion, and I want you to talk and us to talk less, but as a comment to Susan's point, you may rank it, say in your comment, Susan, this is a 5. But in your comment, you could say, I could like it better if it was done this way. That's the comment section.
But it's a 0 now.
then
But if-
for you, it's a 0, and you have to build consensus amongst the group to put a number on it.
So they have one building with 100 units in it, which is just bonkers. What if they did one or two houses that had the 40 or 50 units in it, put them up closer to the road, they look like houses, and then tuck the parking out back? Like, how do I get to,
You look at C.
so I would like that better than just that big sprawling subdivision that the other twos represents.
So again, what we're asking you to do is rank A, and then the next bullet item you have under there is, what do you think about the number of units and the types of structures in the proposed concept? So you have an opportunity, in your view, to rank this as a 0, but then say something of why you ranked it a 0.
Right.
But again, there's 5 of you here tonight, and you have to build consensus on how you're going to rank this. This isn't Susan ranks it a 0.
Got it, yep.
Okay. I'm going to let you guys go.
I would rank that a 0 as well. I think the other plans are more doable. However, any and all of the plans need to consider infrastructure, traffic and circulation, environment and stormwater, types and needs of housing, as Joe referred to, elderly, one-bedroom, family, more bedrooms. It's more complicated than giving a score of 1 to 3. So it's kind of unfair. Sorry, that's what I think. Anyone else?
Joe, if you could turn your mic on, so.
If we have to rank them, I would, for this site, I would go with the cottage, 3 bedrooms, target the families, especially near the recreational area. I think the surrounding area is good for families. So I would go with targeting families, and that's more conducive to B. That's my thought on this particular site.
So Joe, you're suggesting B would be your number 1 choice?
For me, yes. For this site.
Okay. Is there consensus there?
I would agree with that.
If I
Doesn't
had-
mean we couldn't and shouldn't redesign some things and take these things into consideration, which should definitely been our comments.
But C has a little more green space, because some of the houses are mashed together.
Can you scroll up, Jamie?
So the primary difference between B and C is, to Susan's
The
point,
type, really.
in the elbow, B does an infill there with some units.
So we need an asterisk somewhere that says, we are not wedded to this particular design, but the concept. And then,
So is there also a place where I can say that I would remove 2 units from either side of the entrance driveway, so that they're not right on top of South Road, and, back them up so that it maintains that more green?
So yes, in the second bullet item below is, how would you improve on any of the concepts to make them more appealing? So again, potentially if you could go through the rankings, build consensus on them, start to work on the bullet items, and during the discussion of the bullet items may cause you to change your ranking slightly based on your discussions.
Is it possible to see a larger plan of B and C? Or I'd like to see C larger. Is that?
can do that.
There you go.
Yeah. Joseph, we could go through the group and everyone say 1, 2, 3, and then figure out the,
And then your lower scores on number
Right.
1.
okay? Okay,
I'll go first.
sure.
Joe, microphone, please.
Can you put them back up?
We'll go back to it.
Okay, so B is my number 1, C is my number 2, and A is my number 3. Highest priority was number 1, so obviously. Low.
Okay, I'll go next. I would rank C as number 1, and B as number 2, and A as number 3.
Susan?
So I would rank A as number 1 if I could totally rearrange the site. Then,
You have to take what's there.
but that's not fair either, so I'm kind of grumpy about this.
You are.
Then I would have to say C is my number 1 and B is my number 2. But I would really rather go with A and just have 2 big old fat manor houses in the parking tucked out back.
Caper?
I think I'm going with C as number.
Caber, microphone, please.
I'm sorry. C is number 1, B is number 2, and A is number 3. And I think that Susan's idea can be accommodated in the comment section.
Unless it's my idea and it's a stupid idea and we should just eliminate that because I have ideas.
I would say B number 1, C number 2, A number 3.
So just for clarity, everyone is ranked A, number 3. There are 2 asterisks to that potentially 2 members feel that with a redesign at a higher scale, higher density may be acceptable, but you would have to see it, touch it, understand it in a redesign, but you haven't completely, at least 2 of you haven't completely abandoned an evaluation of a larger building at this site. So, and then you have 3 of you who ranked C, number 1, with 2 of you ranking it 2, and that's on the flip side, B, with 2 ranking it 1, and 3 ranking it 2. So we don't have a clear, definitive 1 and 2, unless you wanted to argue that 3 people voting for C being number 1 trumps the other 2. So. Sorry, Joe.
This site to potentially meet the town's needs for slightly larger units than some of the other locations, the other 2 locations.
One of the things I like about C is that it has more units. So therefore, if you did take out the 4 buildings closest to South Road to maintain that streetscape, you wouldn't significantly reduce the number of units going in at that site. I think either B or C, we need to maintain the setbacks that are appropriate to that road by taking out some of the buildings that are jammed up on top of the road. And if you don't want to reduce your volume enough, C gives you a little bit more wiggle room.
Can you enlarge B again? Mm-hmm. This is also, or all of them, are aerial views versus streetscape views. And when you look at a streetscape view, it can look completely different, as we all know, let alone the fact that if you look at something on a plan and then it's later built, it can look completely different. To me, it seems as though this type of design would better lend itself to movement and pedestrian and less car-centric. Because in general, cottages do that. But
So again, Madam Chair, if we went with the way the ranking paired out, and I think Brian had it on his slide, that C would be your number one ranked project, kind of by a vote of 3-2. B would be your number two ranking by a vote of 3-2. And then C would be your unanimous lowest ranking of 3.
And as long as that's transcribed forward to the council, that it wasn't unanimous, 1 and 2 were not necessarily unanimous
We can add that
for
to the
various reasons,
comments.
and, our comments.
Now you have the task of, if everyone's comfortable with that, I don't want to prod you along, of giving scores to A, B, and C. And if you would, Madam Chair, you could do what you did with the rankings and see if there's an aggregate, or at least if everybody puts a number to it, you may be able to, as a group, divide by,
I just
well, we're going
wanna-
to throw the high and the low out, Jay.
Higher math here.
But we're giving them a score based on the proposal that's there, and then in the last box, we talk about how we could improve it, right?
Correct. I think
So I
that,
think we should really take those two together.
I think if you go through and give each one a score, to Jay's point, you'll get an aggregate score, and then you can add the asterisk, because I have a feeling A is going to rank low, but a number you
think?
feel it could rank higher if it was done slightly different. That you're not
Depends.
necessarily put off by a larger building, just arranged differently on the site.
And the other thing is that there are some unknowns that make it more difficult to, engineering-type unknowns, slope, water table, that sort of thing, that make it more difficult for us to just evaluate an architectural plan that doesn't have any of the other components that we are used to seeing when we evaluate a proposal.
But you should really be looking at this as something in the pre-application or conceptual stage where you wouldn't normally have any of that technical detail anyway. I mean, we are way before that, so trying to get into comment on a lot of those technical details is really premature for what's being asked in this exercise.
Again, we
Joe,
do have
you wanna go
access.
first again?
We do have access to some of the building styles, if you needed us to put them up.
That's always useful, yes? Does anyone care about the styles? Exactly.
What's the score reflecting, how much we want this, or how much we like it?
You could, Joe, you could say that all of these designs are garbage and you hate them all. You give them all a 1. Or you could say they're all excellent, I like them all, I don't know how I would choose between them, and give them all a 10. You're grading each, so rank is one against the other, score is each design on its individual merits.
So let's do score. Joe, you want to go first?
No.
Who, Susan?
I know that there's going to be a lot of discussion, but please use your mics if you could, because camera does not pick them up.
The tennis that we really like it?
Yes.
All right, so my scoring before was B, C, A. I want to go with, in the same order, 7, 5, 3.
So A. Okay,
C is 5, A is 3.
okay.
Okay, who's next? Liz?
I would make A even lower. I would make A a 2
Okay.
or a 1.
What about B and C, Liz?
Well,
I'm
going
putting
the-
you on the spot.
I'm going the other way.
And again, if it would help, we can give you representative architecture, what those buildings may appear as.
I think I would go 8 and 6. I would make B, even though I preferred C, I would make B 8 and 6. I would take them up a notch. And then lower A just to get more distinction between the three.
Thank you.
Susan?
Okay, so I think I would do C as a 6 and B as a 5, because really it's kind of a toss-up between those two for me. And then A, I would do a 1 the way it is, but I would rank it higher if they reconfigured that site.
But you have to evaluate it the way it is.
But that's not,
I know.
that's just kind of dumb.
We're going to have to address that in the comments section.
Okay.
Susan.
All right.
So
I've
what
made
was-
my feelings clear.
Wait, what was your A?
1.
It's a 1 right
Okay.
now, but it could rise with a little thoughtfulness.
Caper?
I think I'm the hardest. I said C was a 4, B was a 3, and A was a 1.
I have B is an 8, C is a 5, A is a 1.
Now, to Jay's point, you could simply add the scores and divide by 5. Or, right, so we'll go through A. There was a 3, 2, 1, 1. So we can't put 1.5, but, you're looking at A weighing in as a 2. B was a 7, 8, 5, 3, and an 8. I want to say if you throw I'm not saying Caper, we're throwing your 3 out, but if you take the low score, you're, without pulling a calculator out, at a 7. And C, you have 5, 6, 6, 4, 5. You move one of the 6s over to the 4, you're roughly at a 5.
Did you
7.
add these up and then divide them? Did you average it?
Kind of in my head. They're going to come off as, A is actually going to come off at probably like 1.7. So,
Did anyone else try to use decimals for the other groups?
Ryan?
I know, I did this exercise with the Conservation Commission, and they just used round numbers, and they just kind of came up with what they thought was representative. And I think it's difficult because this is not a perfect exercise, and nor is it meant to be. So it's hard to let go of the details that you're used to looking at and coming up with something that's exactly reflective of what you want when it's just meant to be conceptual. Of these concepts, what's the preference, and what ways can they be improved?
So can we go on to then the guided comments? What do we think about the numbers, units, and types of structures in the proposed concepts?
Just for clarity, everyone is comfortable at a 2, a 7, and a 5.
So, actually, the average on B comes out closer to a 6 than a 7. It's 6.2, so.
I'm actually more comfortable with C at a 5, B at a 6, and A at a 2, because just based on hearing people's comments, I think the BC was very close in people's minds.
So perhaps we should make that one of our comments, that B and C were fairly close because...
Well, I would say because of the cottage style is.
The types, yeah.
Yeah,
types of
because
units.
the types of units, and that really, my conundrum between the two was density. And since I liked Susan's comment about how she didn't like the strip mall facet of any of them, which I tend to agree with, and I think that really captured it succinctly, a little cruelly, but succinctly. And then once you reconfigure the design for that point, I'm not sure whether you can take the bigger density of the C, which is really why
Well, the other thing is that they look like the old school cluster subdivisions rather than something super creative or conservation subdivision design, the layout,
yeah.
you know, irrespective of the architecture.
I think the cottages fit better and the duplexes fit better with the surrounding area. I mean, I think that's an R30 zoning district with single-family houses. A lot of the lots are even bigger than 30,000. I think the density associated with A is too high. Right? And the building structure not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood.
So I agree that the building on A is just way too big. Like, it's 100 units, it's way too big. But if you get up in Kingston Village, you've got some big old sprawling manor houses that each of those buildings has, 10 or 12 units in it, and it's a big old 1800s mansion house. That wouldn't be inconsistent in this proximity to Kingston Village to have a big old sprawling manor house with a bunch of units in it that just looks like a big house, a big old house.
But these aren't laid out in that neo-traditional type of what you see in Kingston Village, even if you change the buildings.
Yes.
So the layout has something to do with it as well, right?
Well, when they showed us the architecture that went with A, they made it not look like a big square box, but it had peaks and dormers and porches. But it's way too big, and it's one big gigantic unit. If it was cut into two and each one was smaller, and there was one that kind of faced South Road and one, maybe it was an L to it, and then the parking was tucked out back, it would look like an estate, not like a ton of little cottages. I would have to see it, but in my head, I think it might be preferable to have that as opposed to that sprawling subdivision look.
But don't lose sight of the vegetation, of the landscaping either. Because the trees and how the roads are surrounded are intended to block that, to screen that direct view of that exact scenario that you just described. You probably would see portions of it.
I agree, but that little circle out front where the South Road school sign really isn't that big. And they've got houses right up on South Road that won't be screened, that'll be right on top of South Road. There's, on each side of that driveway, there's actually the school's houses in. So that from South Road, that's what you'll see, not, oh yes, the rest will be screened, but then there's houses right in your face on South Road, next to that circular entrance.
So I think what Susan's saying under the second bullet item, do you have any recommendations to improve any of the concepts to make them more appealing? I think what Susan's saying is for concepts B and C, eliminate the front-facing, well, they're not front-facing, they're new road-facing units in close proximity to South Road. And provide a buffer and move.
Jamie, could you just go over the process? So if all the boards and commissions are rating these, does that mean that if everybody rates A the lowest, A drops off and is no longer considered?
I think council will evaluate the input of the boards and commissions and then make a determination of which style of buildings and densities move forward to the rendering process and further layout and evaluation process. But I think if, I can't replace the thoughts of the council members, but in a normal process, if 4 or 5 boards and commissions determine that a large building on South Road ranks fairly low, that potentially carries weight, and if everybody's ranking B and C higher, there may be a higher likelihood that B and C move forward through the process versus A.
The second question, we should have something in there about layout, because layout can impact the design. So I said something about the way that they are laid out doesn't create a lot of open space. If you can scroll back up. You know, we have a straight row, both of them. We have everything along the perimeter, and then we have some in the center with little bits of green here and there.
So I think some of the discussions on the design aspect is, this is adjacent to substantial open space and recreational areas that they would have direct access to. So how much do you provide within the development versus it is immediately adjacent to this? So if you, in all of the concepts, if you look at what is the northeast corner of these, they're all connected from a pedestrian standpoint to the existing fields, open space, and recreation associated with Curtis Corner and the park.
And is that open space and recreation area permanently protected from development?
It's owned by the town.
The answer is no.
Right.
So, okay, is there anything else on the first two? No. Brian's moved down to the next bullet.
Can I make an overall comment? And I don't know where it goes in this analysis, and I said it out loud at one of the meetings. This works for me if this is a cottage development designed for middle-income residents. This does not work for me if this is a comp permit, where 75% of this will be market rate. And I know that they've been talking to some nonprofit developers, but I think that if we gave up our valuable town land for $1 million condos, collectively we would just lose our minds over this. So I know that it's preliminary, but there's a project coming up after we finish South Road here that they did talk about doing it as a comp permit and giving up our town land to a developer to build $1 million condos, I think is, like, how do we control that part of the conversation, that it's affordable housing and it's family housing, it's not snowbirds and $1 million condos.
I don't want to speak for Jamie, but as I understand it, this is an affordable housing exercise, and the number of market rates is going to be dependent on the financing and what the town needs to make the affordable aspects of the project happen. So I would imagine if it was fully funded, you would have a pretty close to 100% affordable project. Am I right, Jamie?
Yeah, again, we've talked about what's called the funding gap. So in order to develop any of these projects, there's infrastructure costs, and that infrastructure needs to be paid for in some manner. You can close the gap for funding in a multitude of ways. If you can 100% fill the funding gap with federal or state funds, then you don't necessarily need to evaluate any need for market rates to carry the cost of that funding gap. But those are things that will be discussed moving forward. I know there are a number of council members who are have discussed and mentioned that this should be 100% affordable, and then there's a discussion on what percent affordable and at what AMI, whether you're lower than 60 or 60 to 120, and the complexity between 60, 80, 100, and 120, those all attest to the funding gap. So I think if, part of the view, and I know Jay went through this with the Conservation Commission, and Brian went through it with the Housing Collaborative, and the EDC is speaking with one voice. So if one of you has a comment, you need to all agree on that comment to move that forward. Just so everyone, if everybody supports Susan's comment, it will go up. But it's not individual comments going within there, it's individual comments that the board as a whole agrees with.
So I think Susan's points are relevant to the question. How can the town best exercise its power as the property owner to ensure that any housing project on this property has the desired impact for the town and its residents? So I thought she spoke to that. I mean, we can be as detailed as retain ownership, be prescriptive, aim for whatever percentage of affordability and AMI. I mean, I think those are things we can say in this question, can't we?
Microphone, please.
We haven't even talked about ownership versus rental that I know of.
There's one point that I want to make before I forget, and I don't want to muddy the water at all with this. And I shared this with the Conservation Commission, and they agreed with my opinion on this. This property is owned by 31,000 people. If the town is going to go forward with a project where we accept a higher density or something different than we otherwise would allow, why wouldn't we require that the deed restrictions continue in perpetuity? So that at some point, somebody doesn't reap the benefit off of the rest of the public because it's a public piece of property. That if we are creating affordable housing and we know that the 30-year deed restriction causes issues with us because we're playing this game every 30 years, then why don't we make sure that it doesn't come out and that it maintains that status in perpetuity? And we discussed that briefly with the Conservation Commission. It was brief because they all agreed with it. I'm not trying to sway either way, but from my perspective, it would make sense. It's not something that I would feel comfortable with making a determination on and then seeing in 30 years specific individuals reaping more benefit than others may have. It doesn't.
Wait, are you advocating for 30 years or 99 years? I'm not really sure.
As long as you can get.
So
I think we're not advocating either way. It's something that the council has to evaluate moving forward, that a 30, to Jay's point, if you put a time limit on it, the subsidy, in essence, lasts for a specific period of time, and then someone gains the benefit of that restriction being eliminated and a unit becoming available in the marketplace at a market rent or a market sale versus instilling that at a different timetable. To Jay's point, if you keep doing this on a 30-year cycle, every 30 years, another board, another commission is going to be looking at this issue again. If you can structure the funding gap, structure the development, that it can be longer, that it may be viewed as more beneficial to the community in totality versus we've solved the problem, but we've only solved, I think what Jay's saying is you can solve the problem for 30 years or you can look at a plan that potentially solves the problem for a little bit longer than that.
So you should, if you're looking to do something in perpetuity, what you should really look at doing is following the Habitat model with a land lease, where the town retains ownership of the land and people can sell those houses for whatever the market will bear for a house on no property, because all you're doing is selling the building and not the property. All of those Habitat homes those count as affordable housing. The house can be sold at market rate, but you're not buying the underlying property at the same time. You sign a $1 land lease with Habitat for the duration of your ownership of the structure.
I mean, I like what Jamie had to say, and this type of situation is the only one, really, in which the town has the authority to make something like this happen. Because in all the other cases, we're subject to the,
To your point, Marie, you can't come in with a developer on a comp plan and say, we would like to do
Yeah.
something in perpetuity. The only thing I will say is perpetuity is a very long time. Some of you may not live in the homes you live in if someone deed restricted the land you're on in perpetuity 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. Imagine someone did it 300 years ago.
Well, and the flip side to that, though, is there's always going to be a need in the community.
Exactly.
There's always a
And
need.
these actions will ensure that that need will be addressed, well, will be available.
okay, so synthesize the last two statements.
That the council should explore restrictions far in excess of 30 years.
Sounds too weak.
I have to say something so you can react to it.
Okay.
Well, I like the idea of retaining ownership of the land.
Definitely.
It gets around a whole ton of legal issues, too.
Again, the
Definitely.
Habitat model is 99 years.
Well, that's,
So-
I think what the Habitat model is, you retain ownership, the lease is for 99 years. But, yeah,
Yeah.
that's to get around the rule against perpetuities. But it does mean that the town retains ownership, and you can pick whatever period of time you want. But the value of the property increases by having it a longer lease. Increases for now.
Correct.
Do we also get to add a comment that we would like to see South Road site be 100% affordable? That we would like to see it. Doesn't mean it would necessarily come true, but that's, I think, what I would advocate was 100% affordable forever. It's our town land. I own that land.
It can be an aspiration, right?
Yeah.
Should there be a comment in there somewhere just for guidance that we understand that this opportunity may only exist in this type of situation where the town has the authority to do this, as opposed to anywhere else in town? Or this type of, town reuse, just so that they,
I think it's a given.
Yeah, I was going
I
to say
think
it's a given.
I think these projects are a given. I mean, we have 3 special sites that we're looking to do something special with to address affordable housing. So I would gather that these would be 100% affordable housing projects to the extent that the funding will allow that to happen.
everyone good with that sentence? All right, maybe we should move to open comments since we're only on the first of 3.
I want to say they usually progress a little bit. more easily as you move on, because a lot of the things you've hashed out, you just carry forward or slightly change the language. I'm assuming, comments you have that you just went over are gonna apply to all 3 sites, or not, I'm not sure. I think on the open comment side, if everyone's comfortable with Susan, I mean, you ranked A low, but you would be open to that density in a different format.
No, I don't agree with that either.
Okay.
But would you go for 50 units altogether, but in 2 buildings? Not 97 units? Would you go for less units into 2 big buildings? No, I wouldn't. Okay.
Jamie, I'd go to the other extent and say that I believe the density in A was too high.
Yeah, that should be. Yeah. No, I think. Everyone else? Density in A is too high? Yes. For open comment?
Again, I think
No,
that-
this is just whatever.
I don't think it's just the density. I think the way that density is presented.
The density, layout,
with the density
configuration.
in that location requires a significant amount of parking.
Is it worthwhile putting something like, we understand that details such as infrastructure, traffic, environment, and so on will be a part of the decision-making process further on in the future? Just to put it in there,
Again, those details will be vetted as the projects progress through the process.
Right, but in order to better evaluate
In order to
future-
better understand
Yes.
the impact of the projects on the town and the neighborhood.
Right. Town services, environment.
You can always come back to this after you look at the next 2, if you have a thought for these.
Well, yeah, I think cost of community services does need to be in the one that appears to be the most, have the most potential for an intensive use.
Okay, Wakefield Elementary.
Could we quickly just flip through the 4 options? I can't remember what they were, except one had retail in it.
Yeah, so option A and B are the same building, except that option A has a commercial component in the end closest to the river. Also remember, I think it was pointed out during the presentation, while this appears to be the footprint of the existing building, it's not. It is shifted closer to the river than the existing building is in order to free up space to the north for parking. So option A is a single mixed building with 54 units. Option B is the same unit, the same development, all residential at 63 units. Option C is all townhouses 10 3 and 4 bedroom townhouses at 31 units. And option D is mostly townhouses with a few stacked flats on the roadside at 50 units.
Can you give us some clarity on A, with regard to ratio of residential versus other uses?
It was 5,000 square feet of ancillary space, and then the balance of that building was the multifamily.
That doesn't give me enough information.
So 5,000 square feet, like relative in size?
Yeah, percentage-wise,
It's a,
for example, if it were a mixed-use scenario, I mean, my ideal is mixed-use scenario, at least 75% commercial/nonprofit, 25% residential, because I don't feel that this site is best suited for residential development.
However, Maria was pointed out to me when I asked that question at the presentation, why isn't there more commercial? It's the park, you just could not have enough parking to support that.
And it depends, of course, on the type of commercial, you know, nonprofit, what have you. Yeah.
In the final density.
Yep. I mean, it is a pretty big footprint. But the fact that it's adjacent to an Olmsted Park and has a strong historical relevance to the town, I know that was brought up at one of the hearings, and I believe the consultant said, well, we could put up a plaque.
So there was a conversation at one of the meetings about this school. It was the Boards and Commissions meeting. And the Historic District Commission pointed out that this school site was historically a big old shingle-style building. And would they consider redesigning this to look similar to that big old shingle-style building that used to be on that site? But that's not, if that is an option, that's not being presented as an option to us. So,
You
no,
can
this
make
is
that, you can present that in your comments.
Yeah.
It's hard to present an option for that when it's literally discussed at the last meeting, the last workshop we had. And we have to have comments on all of the same things. We can't have different meetings seeing different things and get consistent responses.
So in relationship to A, maybe, Maria, this will help you. The 5,000 square feet is a little, slightly smaller than a CVS or a Walgreens. So if you look at a CVS or Walgreens, I think the CVS in town hovers right around 6,000 square feet. So this is just slightly smaller in size. So if you walked into CVS and you didn't see back a house, it's about the size of 5,000 square feet.
So in the drawing, is the orange, does that represent the,
5,000 square feet, yes.
and that would be the commercial or, you know,
The-
other uses than residential?
The non-residential component.
And then the yellow is all the residential?
Correct.
I guess we should go through A, B, C, and D then, and
Do you want to start?
give them a score.
I think Joe did a good job starting off with our ranking on South Road School. Putting you on the spot, Joe. I mean, if Brian can zoom in a little bit on B, C, and D from a density perspective, they're A and B are the same density-wise, except for the commercial component. So if you can just slide right, Brian, and show B, C, and D. kind of. The real distinctions
The real,
between
I mean,
C
A
and
and B are the same footprint. C and D are the ones that's a little bit more detailed. You can see that the buildings in D along the road coming in from High Street change, and the 4 buildings right along that road front are the manor houses or stack flats. So those will have more units in them than the townhouses down the side roads.
In C, the 4 units by High Street are 4 townhouses. And in D, kind of the T-shaped building, to Brian's point, will take on a mansion home appearance. But allows you to do more units in there. You could potentially do 8 units in that building.
I can start even though it'll be different from everyone else's.
That's fine.
A2, B0, C0, D0.
Well, there is no 0. 1 is the lowest you can go.
Well, I'm doing 4 zeros, so, yeah.
You're doing 4 1s then.
That's a 1 of approval.
Right.
I'm interfering
Oh,
into your
there's a
time.
little box further down. If you scroll down, there's a little box that you can check off. Or is it up? Right there, that blue box. Yes. That's my box. Yep. Yep, I would do that too. Check off the box. Non-housing alternative preferred. See open comments below.
So
And that way you could leave.
Still rank everything and score everything.
We don't have to. Who did this survey anyway? I know.
My thought on this is the center of our town is the center of our community. I go with whatever option leaves this accessible and usable by the public, not necessarily turned over to affordable housing. I'm all for affordable housing. I think I'm good with it on the other 2 sites. I think that this should say accessible to the public for other purposes. I know doesn't fit your model, but
No,
that is.
But that's part and parcel of kind of the, yeah, it is one of the advantages, because the survey, sorry, Brian, does not allow for flexibility and ideas.
So can we go, if we all fail the ways
I'll
of...
go with that.
So I wanted to
So,
add.
Joe, when you say accessible to the public, what does that mean? Does that mean not commercial and not residential?
Not
Something
residential.
else?
So, no, it doesn't necessarily mean that. So when I say accessible, I mean something that is continued to be used by the community and the public as a whole. So I would be okay with a mixed use where the town maintains ownership of the property, and what is actually used in that is something that the whole community uses. So if it was used as, I don't know, some type of community workshop or some type of community recreation or that type of stuff. But this is an area where I think, I'll use Jay's number, 31,000 people need to continue to use. That's my, be able to use, that's my thought.
I absolutely agree. We have Sari Sanctuary, we have access to the bike path and the bridge across to Main Street, and Olmsted Park, and the playground, and the Veterans Memorials there. I would advocate no housing on this site, and I don't know if it's concert space or lecture space or a farmer's market or a place for gatherings or recreation, something that our entire community can take advantage of, because it's the last piece of open space that we have in our downtown area. And I appreciate affordable housing, and I think we need housing, but this is a gem of a site with a lot of amenities to itself. And I don't know that the whole gang is going to gather there after the Veterans Day Parade if there's a bunch of houses on that site. Like, this is, I think, a short-sighted use for this property.
I'm going to play devil's advocate to that, though, because this site as affordable housing couldn't be more ideal, because you're walkable to the town, you're walkable to jobs, you're walkable to schools, you're walkable to services. I mean, that couldn't be better than that.
I mean, Liz, I agree, but however, 31,000 folks, this is the center, this is the hub of our community. It would be great for 50 people, but then you leave it at 30,950 that just lost access to one of our most valuable real estate in this town. That's...
What are they losing access to, Joe?
So
It's occupied by a giant school that's
Yep.
not accessible to most people most of the
Okay,
time.
so I guess it's losing the opportunity of what it can present. I mean, just the park itself. I'd like to see that maybe the park expand. I would be good with farmers market and other community type things like that. It's an opportunity to expand our community space. So I guess
That should be in the comments. Opportunity to expand our community space. Uses such as farmers market, gatherings, etc. Last piece of open space in this area, hub of the community.
it should be an area where we can bring the community together.
Historic Olmsted Park, long community tradition.
Just question to you, Maria. You mentioned the last piece of open space, but the building and the parking lot is an open space right now. So the council's contemplating developing the land that is a parking lot and a school. They're not proposing to develop the Olmsted Park
Right.
or the areas associated with the Olmsted Park. If you
shouldn't call it
look
open space
carefully
then.
and I'm only asking this question to understand. If you look at C and D, the road's intended to delineate kind of where the public space begins and private space starts. So you would say anything north of that road that has on-street parking is the private space, is the introduction of residential units where a parking lot and a school was. And if we brought up a slide with C and D of where the old school was, you actually are adding to land associated with the Olmsted Park because the building encroached on that. There's actually a little bit of addition of open space to the Olmsted Park and C and D. So I don't want you to lose sight of that.
You're not trying to change our minds though, right? I mean, we could...
No, I'm not trying
we
to
could
change your mind.
say it's
I want to understand the concern that this is the last piece of open space,
So that's the
yet
wrong
it's a
term.
building and a parking lot
It
right
should
now.
be central available space, rather, because open space has certain connotations.
But then I have to say, they're not mutually exclusive, right? You can have both if it's planned properly. You can have open space accessible to the community, and you can still have housing that's in a wonderful central location in the town. No.
You know, my thought about the park now, I mean, it's a beautiful park. It's along the river. That's all great. It's very limited. When I was bringing up my kids, besides for the sledding hill, which is a very small hill, by the way, but besides for the hill, I never thought, hey, let's go get in the car and go down to the park. It wasn't a destination because it was so limited. This is an opportunity to expand that and make it a destination what the whole community can enjoy. And you could expand the park as well as maybe use some of the building or maybe a new building for other community activities. But it would expand it and make it a destination.
Just like the Saugatucket project was meant to do. River plus park plus Main Street.
just to put this up from the original presentation, as Jamie said, the housing area is the original school footprint and the parking and paved area immediately around the school. And then there was another image showing the original building footprint over the proposed single building footprint. And you can see that, most, if not everything that it is currently open remains open afterwards.
Joe, Mike?
We'd like to see the expanded, Brian. I think that's what I'm seeing from some other members as well. We realize that you're not taking away from the existing open. We want to see, there's an opportunity to expand it.
So do we check off that box and then write a slew of comments to get to our thoughts? Okay. So Jamie, can you go up to the,
Again, so you're choosing, just for clarity, you're not going to rank anything,
right,
or you're going to put ones in everything.
well,
We're not going to rank it.
we could put our rebellious zeros or leave them blank.
Well, you can't put
We
zeros, you can
can't.
put ones.
We can't.
So again-
we don't
It's
have
a
an
drop-down
option- We
list.
don't have an
And I-
option for blank,
so I'd
right,
put
the
not
way the
recommended.
survey's listed.
I'd put the first thing, that the survey is not sufficiently flexible.
I would just check the box and go right down to see open comments below.
Yep.
So, consensus, is there a consensus that that checkbox should be checked? That there's a non-housing alternative preferred? Is there consensus from everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, 4-1?
4-1.
Okay, so then the comments associated with that, the non-housing alternative preferred, what is it?
Well, I think we should preface it with some statements that Joe made early on about the site itself and its value to the community, and then go into the access to public and potential uses.
So I think we need clear statements, though, that there's consensus behind. So I think we need to take it and we need to put a statement out there and see, like, is this what we mean? Yes, so that we can capture that. It's just very, like, I'm trying to put myself in Brian's shoes and trying to capture what is being said in something that is useful. We're not ranking, we're not taking part in any of that because we feel it's not appropriate. That's fine. But so what is the reasoning for what is the non-housing alternative that's preferred?
Did you say something about enhancing or revitalizing the area and then we would put things?
Well, I do think that we need to make the reference that this whole area has been a subject of study and is really the central hub, both sides of the river, right? This is an opportunity to expand that and make it a destination, and something that is accessible and usable by the entire community.
That sounds like it's a park. Is it extension of the Homestead Park?
That is definitely a possibility. I would say that is definitely a possibility. I would not say that there's no place for a structure or some type of use, such as farmer's market or something else that the whole community. But expansion of the park, I think is definitely a piece of it.
Accessible and usable by community doesn't preclude a building of some sort.
Yeah, but again, to follow that through to Liz's point, accessible to the community could be a mix, could be B and C. You're saying, and what Jay's trying to say is, what don't you want there? Right? So if you tear down the school and you put a farmer's market up that's used once a week for 3 months, what are the other uses on the property for the remainder? That's the difficulty, that
Okay,
we
so
have to try and quantify this for the council.
We're not necessarily saying tear down the building, by the way. Other communities have farmers market, we have farmers markets that go indoors for the winter, and it's difficult getting the space. You can create a farmer's market that uses the interior space and has different kinds of themes and becomes a destination. Yeah. Well, no, URI actually is not the best example. I think there's over on Aquidneck Island, there are a couple of them.
URI used their part of their physical therapy building indoors for winter.
Well, yes, and now they're cutting back on that space, so there's actually a need for a...
There is more need, absolutely.
I don't know that you want to necessarily destroy the building, for instance. I think the real issue that we have to address is, I don't want to put words in Liz's mouth, but I think you were saying that you agreed with Joe's comments about there's a need to preserve the space for the entire community, but the location also makes it ideal for affordable housing, at least in some limited capacity. But I think it sounded to me like you were definitely favoring preserving the park and its area, but you're not giving up on the idea of adding of putting affordable housing into there as well. I mean, yeah. Because I think the first observation that we can make is that it's important that we should recognize that this is a unique public space, and the Olmsted Park and the surrounding area need to be maintained as a community, and this presents a wonderful opportunity to expand those uses and make it a destination area for the public. You can give some of the illustrations that you did. We should also note that when you say consensus, I think there's common views. While we're not unanimous in foreclosing public affordable housing, I mean, we recognize, that the location of the property makes at least some portion of this site attractive for affordable housing. It's walkable, it's those other things. But it's imperative that the town preserve the availability, the open space for enjoyment of all parties. Housing could be an alternative in the future. I mean, I think we should make it clear in the comments that we're not unanimous in saying it should be preserved entirely for all of the public at this point.
So I think there are a bunch of uses that could take place on that site. And if it was to be a structure, let's just say farmer's market, we could also then advocate for a second floor onto that building with housing upstairs. Like, it doesn't have to be one or the other to keep it open space. And so if you look at our Main Street, where there's apartments above all of the stores, there could be apartments on the second or even the second and third floors of a good community space and still satisfy both of those needs. And I was thinking about my kids, when they hit that teenage thing, there's nothing to do in this town except maybe wander around and eat ice cream. If it was a community center for teenagers, it's just, I'm not even saying that's an idea, but that's the kind of thing that would serve our community and be community accessible, but also serve a purpose that could be supported. Like, there are lots of ideas of ways to use that space that the community would take advantage of that's not just residential housing.
I mean, I look at it and I'm all for housing, but housing can be created in many areas in the town. When I look at this land, I look at this as one shot. You can't create this anywhere else. And I look at other communities, you got the Situate Art Fair, and you got these activities that define the community, and I'm not sure, where South Kingstown is as far as defining the community, but I think that river, both sides of it, I think that this is something I'd like to see more of the economic development have a little more say in how that's used. I mean, I could see with craft fairs and those types of things that would help define us as a vibrant community. And I think you get one shot at it, and that's that piece of land.
I like that. I like everything Joe said, and helping to define us as a vibrant community is a good one.
I think a lot of what I'm hearing is that this site, due to its uniqueness, warrants additional study.
I don't know if I put it that way.
On the complexity of the
I don't think
mixes of
that
use,
captures
whether it's
it.
developed, not developed. As a group, there's one or two of you and I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth, that it potentially could be developed to serve multiple purposes. Others are saying it should completely be in the public realm, but it's 3-2 on that. That in this discussion, that there may be an opportunity to serve two masters, and maybe I'm wrong on what I'm hearing, but I'm not. It's not unanimous on either side, other than a 3-2 vote, 3-2 right now.
I guess I wasn't clear. I wasn't changing my vote. I was simply acknowledging that we had one person who also made the clear and I think strong observation that the proximity to town, the proximity to some of the open space makes it an attractive spot for affordable housing. So we didn't have unanimity on preserving everything for 100% access to the community.
I would also note that of the three sites, it's the only one with access to public transit.
Going to what Jamie said, a restudy might show that there's a way to develop the site with more open space and still maintain some housing. Maybe not as much as is shown there now. But I just want to say something on sort of a bigger scale. I mean, we talk so much about community and our responsibility to the community. And if affordable housing is not part of that responsibility, then what we've been saying is just a lot of words.
But it's all we ever talk about. And
Well,
there
then
are
we
other
should put our money where our mouth is.
Well, we're going to be getting some with the project coming forward in Peacedale. This is not, for so many reasons, not the right spot, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to send a message that this is affordable housing is not. The message I want to send is that affordable housing can be we support it. There's a lot of locations, or it's suitable at a lot of locations, but this is the one and only location for kind of the center of the town. This is our building block. This is the foundation. This is the pillar. That's my point. This area is the pillar.
It's like the central green that defines so many New England communities, or at least used to.
But it's never been that.
This town has been going back and forth on that whole Saugatucket River and the URI studies and all these studies, and nothing's really ever happened. And again, the park is great, but it's not a destination because it's too limited. This is an opportunity to expand on that. This is an opportunity to build that. don't think you should give it up.
So
I'm thinking-
what other statements would people like to see under open comments so that we can get through this?
Well, I'm thinking about Wilcox Park in the downtown Westerly and how that central green benefits everyone in Westerly as a central park and all the things they do with that park.
And you would not give that, no matter how much you care about affordable housing, you are not going to develop that park, because that park belongs to every resident for the enjoyment and the use. And this should be looked at the same way. Belongs to 31,000 people. We shouldn't, I'm all for affordable housing, but not in this site.
I agree with those statements.
So again, even though the concepts aren't proposing to diminish the functionality of the existing park, you're still opposed to the development of the area that contains parking lot and school as affordable housing. And a good summary, Joe?
So the comment about it belongs to 31,000 people for their enjoyment and use is a good one. I mean, we've had a lot of good comments.
I guess I understand the
Writing it
comment.
down.
My confusion is the park right now is available to the 31,000. What you're talking about is expanding the functionality of that
Yeah.
public space. I want to say Wilcox Park is a pretty similar size to what Saugatucket Park is today.
I do think it should be subject to additional studies from a lot of the boards and commissions on how we can make the maximum use for our community of that space.
Can I ask a question? Why is it that it doesn't function as Wilcox Park does?
Well,
I mean, I'm a relative newbie here in this part
I
of the
think
world.
Wilcox Park is also, isn't it also an actual arboretum? Yeah,
You think that's the reason?
well, that's a big difference. I think it's much larger, isn't it?
I think it's a lot larger, and
Yeah, it's
Wilcox
larger.
Park becomes a destination.
Oh.
It becomes, there's
Fourth of
all
July
types of activities
concert,
and music and
Yeah,
parades
theater.
around it and all that type of stuff, because it's big enough to support.
Larger population
It's
as well, probably.
13 acres, roughly 13 acres. Okay, is there any additional?
Well, we've made a bunch of comments, but you haven't written them down, at least on the screen that we can see.
I'm not sure what you said that really goes beyond what's there.
We're not limited to number of comments, are we?
No, you're not.
So, Joe had a lot of very good statements.
But they all
I wrote
fall
some
under
of
this same category.
them. I think they're,
But this sentence doesn't capture the passion.
yes, exactly.
So maybe it needs to capture the rationale behind the statement, which is where Joe was so eloquent. And I'm not sure that retaining and using the existing building needs to be one of our recommendations, because turning that, because that's what it says up there now, turning that into open green space might be much more desirable for the long-term desirability of that park than trying to maintain that ugly old school. Like maybe, I guess we would, further study, I think, is the key thing here, is to really look at, as a town, what we want to do?
I think further study on how we can make that part of a vibrant community center that is still accessible and used by 31,000 people.
Yes, that's important to add to the further study, so it's not just, so it's not misinterpreted.
Enhance
Fix
the
it
use
later.
by
He's
the
got
residents?
He's got the gist.
Can be used by the 31,000 people who
Yes.
currently own it.
Yep.
There is apparent resistance to putting any emotion into this
But
concept.
the
Right, exactly.
31,000 people in the community have had access to Olmsted Park forever, and the other part has been forever occupied by a school.
And the community has not made the effort to explore whether and how to better utilize the property.
And that's what I wrote.
Yeah. And when I commented on that, seems to be some consensus on what you're talking about, that because of the uniqueness of this property, it potentially needs further evaluation as to alternatives to housing that haven't been vetted yet. And that's kind of what you're talking about. But when I said that, you said, no, that's not what we want.
Well, Capers
So I'm a
right.
little bit
I
confused, yeah.
think that you've got the point of what we would like to see happen. What you are resisting is to give any content to the why we want it.
We're not resisting. We struggle.
Joe has given you
Joe gave us
phrasing.
bullet points. Joe said accessible to the public, community workshops, gem of a site, but those aren't sentences. Those are a bunch of bullet points. So what Brian's trying to get, what we're trying to say is give us try and give us something a little more concise in us.
Some of the little things I wrote down. The location defines the community. It helps to define us as vibrant, expand and make a destination accessible and usable by the community, preserving the space for the entire community. The 31,000 people need to continue to use this. Things like enhancement, making it more vibrant. These are all the same things that we all heard from the Saugatucket group a couple of years ago.
Jamie, I think what I feel and what I'm hearing from the board is when you said further study, it kind of came across of, we're not quite ready to jump on board on that. We really should consider some other options. And I don't think that's where we're at. I think we're at, no, we know what we want. And
That's right. I'm trying to get that out of you.
It's not housing. All right? It's for other uses for the community. It's not a wishy-washy, let's study this because we may or may not want it. It's, no, we know that we don't want. It's a strong
So
feeling.
there's consensus among you want zero affordable housing there.
It's
'cause
just
that's-
zero housing. Remember you said earlier that it wasn't necessarily affordable housing versus market rate. As zero housing for this site, and then have the list of reasons with some of the spirit in the language, so
In
it
essence,
doesn't sound like...
Again, we're trying, as we speak, we're getting more from you. So again, we're not intending at all to be, we are listening, we're hearing you, but again, we're trying to put this in so it's concise when it goes to council. That I think what you're saying is that there are, in your view, and again, we're trying to put a sentence together, that in the planning board's view, that there is a higher and better use for this land other than affordable housing. and those uses need to be further explored as time progresses. But your sentiment today is this is not a site for affordable housing at this time.
Housing, just housing, because isn't the whole thing about housing?
The
You said to us
council-
earlier it
The
wasn't.
council's initiative, so
But-
I've never said that any of the sites are market rate sites. What I've said is there is a funding gap, and at some point in time, someone has to figure out how you fill that funding gap. So I don't know what council's objective is, to put as many affordable units into this community as they can, and then fund that in some manner. I've never stated tonight, nor have I subsequently stated, that these are for housing sites, full market rate, or any component that doesn't contain affordable housing. So I just want to try and make that clear. But I think what I'm still hearing from you is, regardless of whether there's an affordable component or a percentage affordable, that 4 of you are at least saying that there are different uses that would be more attributable to the community that don't include any housing on this property. I'm trying to...
It comes across as, what, the way you're putting it, it comes across as narrow-minded bureaucratic, sorry. That just, as Caper said, it's devoid of the passion
So give
and
me
the
the
feeling that
passion.
we have. Yes.
If this is right. We recognize the potential for this property to be developed into uses which will benefit the entire community of South Kingstown and become a destination for residents and visitors alike. Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We're making it a destination.
And then one of the sentences that Jamie read, I think the second line that you wrote is good too.
The second line that Brian has up there? Or something that I said, Susan?
Due to the uniqueness of this particular property sentence. I think that's really good. I like that last sentence too. This is good.
I think in the comment where Brian said there is a better use for this site, I think, Maria, you're trying to stress other than housing.
I don't know what I want to, instead of saying...
Microphone, Caper, please.
Instead of
Thanks.
saying there is a better use for the site, the board recognizes that we have not yet identified the highest and best use for this site. And believes that it has the potential to be developed as a destination point serving the entire community.
That's really good. And I don't know why you have to have non-unanimous in there, because the other site, we had non-unanimous things in there as well. I mean, it's just,
I heard that mentioned during the comments.
I mean, if we were using sort of the majority before.
Now, is
Well,
it,
I actually think that there is a point to it, and that's that one member has said that she thinks that many of the attributes of the site make it a very desirable location for affordable housing, for all of the reasons that we think it's also a perfectly good destination. I mean, I personally think it's premature to determine that we don't want any housing at all, because we haven't gotten the insight into the highest and best use. So I think that to some extent, I believe the town should defer making that decision until after they've done more analysis. I can't speak to anybody else on that point, but I think that's what I was trying to get to when, and I'm not sure what consensus means. I mean, it can't mean unanimity.
Because it wasn't before, it was,
No, that the words being used are essentially agreed upon by, in general, by the body.
I don't believe that that's what it means either. I mean, this is like a camel. It's designed by committee. We all think we're trying to draw a picture of a horse and we're making it into a camel. That's not consensus.
Okay, so take the word consensus out of it, agreement or a statement that is representative of the board's opinion on the matter.
What we're trying to say, if this is the result of your discussion, are you okay with it as a board? Or are you not okay with the statements that are there?
So what if
I
we
think I'd be more happy if we just say something along the lines of the board believes that we have not yet found the highest and best use for this site at this time. I think that, the further exploration could consider using portions of the site for housing. I'm not ruling that out.
Microphones, please.
I'm flexible. I'm happy to defer the drafting to somebody else.
Joe, you had the most comments relative to what it could be.
Again, from my perspective, I just wanted to, express the passion that this should be continued. This is a property that the good of the many, in my perspective, overrides the good of the few. And I'm all for housing. You know that. I just think that you don't get another shot at this piece of property, and it needs to, the opportunities that it presents, I would hate to see lost.
And there should be the 31,000 comment in there somewhere, because that provides a certain degree of emphasis.
You could just add it to enhance the community's 30+ thousand residents.
The property presents an opportunity for the 31,000 people for its use. I'm having a hard time with words, but.
If I may, I think that last sentence, the board believes that we have not, if you just add the word yet, found the highest and best for this site, which you have. You can delete it this time. Best use of
I think we should add something to that sentence.
Yeah, I
But-
do too. I'm trying to enable this site to better serve the town's 31,000 residents. Now, highest and best use for this site to serve the town's 31,000 residents.
Are we interested in visitors too? We seem to become a tourist town.
The comments need to inject a certain amount of enthusiasm here.
Yeah.
What about if we go back to the sentence that ends, to enhance the how the property can best be used to enhance the community, attracting the town's 31,000 residents and new visitors to this unique property?
You could just say 31,000 residents and visitors alike.
Yeah.
So it says that the property should be maintained as an expanded community resource. It's not maintaining it as an expanded community resource. I think it's more about to be thoughtfully developed into a resource which would benefit the community. As opposed to...
Yes, should be developed
As opposed to maintained as a community, it's not being maintained as a community resource, it's now a derelict school. I think it should be developed into, thoughtfully developed into that community resource that we're envisioning.
Just a community resource. Delete new.
And I think what makes it appeal as affordable housing, because it's walkable and public transit, is also the part that makes it appealing as a central community resource, because it's walkable from town. So I think that that's why, you know, if we were talking about developing this piece of land out in Uskapog, it wouldn't have the appeal that this does because of its walkable community resource. And I think that's important.
And there have been other sites in town that would have been good cottage zoning type projects because of the walkability, like Holly Street. Think about what that could have been, but...
Or should we add into the first sentence, into a central community resource?
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing, Kate.
Or into a community resource, comma, easily accessible, or immediately yeah.
I think it's more than just walkable. I mean, that's important, you know, as far as for housing. This is ground zero. So you can have housing that's walkable that is 4 blocks away. Yes, exactly. But this is ground zero. You don't create this area 4 or 5 blocks away. You can create housing 4 blocks away that is walkable.
That's why I brought up Holly Street.
Do you want to say readily accessible and complementary to the neighborhood? You're trying to add that passion?
I don't think that's adding any passion. I think...
Give me some more, it's just reading very...
I think developed into a centrally located community resource, period.
So Jamie, to express the passion, you give up the Watson House, you give up a finger. You give up the South Road, you give up a hand. You give this up, you give your heart up. That's the differences that I think we're getting.
No, and from our perspective, we started the night to talk about there were spirited conversations, there were unique discussions. This is not going to be something that's easy. This is part of the process that is unique to what the town council's doing. Without this survey, without this endeavor, you wouldn't have this discussion. We wouldn't be getting these sentences and words from you so that we can give this to the town council when they contemplate moving to next phases without this process. So we're not, may feel like we're giving this pull and take with you, but this is part of the process to get you to say what you feel you need to say, and that it's clearly articulated in the survey, and it's not our words, it's your words, and that's what we're trying to get from you. And I think on this, hopefully we've gotten there, and you're...
We need to take out a few things.
Okay.
We've got...
Still dry.
We've got two problems. One is we've got some mud because we keep repeating the same thing, and the other is we still don't have any passion, but...
Jamie, question. Are these surveys going to the council, or are these surveys going to Union Studio to incorporate into their presentation to the council?
They're part of the process. So again, whether, they'll be packaged, they'll be available to the council to review, but they also they give information to Union Studios on how they develop and refine conceptual plans that they submit to the council. This survey is not going to affect conceptual plans they discuss with the council on Monday, but this is all information associated with the process to make the council a better informed decision maker. Devoid of this discussion, may result in a different conclusion. I think this is a good and valid process, and hopefully you see the same. Even though it may seem frustrating to you at the moment, you're getting something out of it by trying to formulate these sentences to further advise people who will make some decisions further along.
We will also want to make sure that it's not watered down in any way to be potentially misinterpreted by anyone. I mean, if you're going to ask us and we want to tell you what we think, it shouldn't be watered down.
We're not going back and changing this terminology other than if there was a comma or a colon or a period that needed to be inserted. So, unless you asked us to clean up the text. So, these are your words.
So then perhaps the third sentence that says, due to the uniqueness of the particular property, perhaps some emphasis or something needs to be added perhaps there to explain what makes it special, which we've been talking about all night.
Microphones, please.
I think the key word here is that we have a great opportunity to do something fabulous and creative. And we just need to put some more, the community needs to pull their thoughts together to decide the most creative, long-term opportunity we can do at this site. We have opportunity here.
Yes, and we haven't given the community the opportunity to even consider that alternative.
So the town council told Union Studios to go put a housing plan together. There was no community conversation. So I think we need to back, maybe the other sites, but for this site we need to step way back and just start right from the get. But I appreciate their effort into sparking the conversation that we're now having. But that idea was thrown to a developer to put some designs on paper without having that initial conversation about whether that was even an appropriate conversation. So we know how we feel and it's not going to change, but do you guys, how did other groups feel about Wakefield property being developed into housing? Like, do you know how the other groups that gathered?
I'm not
Depends
sure
on
we
who
should
you
be
talk to.
talking about that.
No,
Yeah.
we should keep our own.
Again,
I'm sure we'll find out at some point.
Just to Brian's point, those boards and commissions didn't have an opportunity to know what the others were saying, so
Yeah, I don't think
it'd kind of
we-
be an unfair
We don't need to
advantage.
know that.
I know.
So are there adjectives that we can add to describe what makes this unique so that the passion comes through and it's understood by someone who isn't that familiar with the community, doesn't live here, works for an outside firm, whatever.
I mean, I don't want to call it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but this is a generational opportunity to do something
good.
unique and special with this site. And again, I keep going back to what you're all talking about is the information you have before you is giving you
Maybe-
a lot of anxiety because you're coming to the conclusion as you keep discussing that it's so special that it needs enhanced study, evaluation before there's a final determination of what happens here.
Yeah, Brian, I think we want to make it the introductory sentence. I think we want to make it the initial sentence, not the next sentence. I think the initial sentence should be something along the lines of, the town has a unique, the board's consensus is that this site provides the town with a unique opportunity to thoughtfully develop, it presents a unique opportunity to develop okay.
I do too. It's forward-looking.
So I might make that the opening line. The board's,
Yes.
the consensus of the board was that this site presents a generational opportunity and the property should be thoughtfully developed.
No, to thoughtfully develop this property into a centrally located community resource.
To benefit all.
That would benefit the entire, that would benefit the town's 31,000 residents and invite visitors to our community. That must be said community before.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, it's very good.
We believe we have, okay, so who's the uniqueness, and then, hold on, and then develop centrally located resources, due to the uniqueness of this particular property, we believe further study is needed to determine how it can best be used to benefit the community. We are not yet persuaded that it is appropriate for housing.
I like that. That we're not persuaded.
We are not yet persuaded that this site is appropriate for housing.
So the thing that I would change
The board
here,
recognizes the potential to develop this site, to develop a destination site, and then we don't need to serve the community again. What do we do about this? How is the best use for the site in order to serve? We probably just want to put that last sentence someplace else.
so I think I might change the further study is needed, because I think that it's not a couple of people in a conference room studying this, that this is about a community conversation and bringing thoughtful conversations and input from all the residents of the community about ideas.
Really good. So we don't want
Further
a
study
bunch
is
of-
not a fit, that's not.
Right.
Move the last sentence.
Kuiper, microphone, please.
Why don't we move the last sentence to the position of the second sentence, and then we go on with the third sentence becomes, due to the uniqueness of this particular property, further community discussion
Oh, I like that, discussion.
is needed. Maybe, we may be able to stop it there.
And that's
is
important
challenging.
because it
It's
conveys the idea that we don't just want a group of architects or whatever to,
This is,
you know.
I mean, it's just, this is an impossible way to edit.
And it's due by, what, the 31st, and we're not meeting again until after that.
And make it to thoughtfully develop a centrally located community resource. I mean, just, we don't, to be thoughtfully developed into it.
And where were we going to, okay, I see the part about the visitors. Is this terrible to leave it as this?
I'm okay with it.
I wouldn't mind the opportunity to propose some line editing, but can't do it this way.
Right.
And again, the sentence structure may not be 100% perfect, but does it portray the sentiment of the board
That's what
for
we
discussion tonight? And I think, you know, Caper's point, we could all sit here and rewrite it if, you know, if we sat down for half an hour and went our own ways. But I think for our point for tonight at 10:30, does
Yep.
this portray or better represent the discussion tonight? And again, it took us a while, it took everyone a while to get here.
And we still
Spirited
have one-
discussion, which I absolutely admire and enjoy.
We are available for further comment.
You know, but you know, again, I told you beginning, this is part of the process. But again, I think what you have up there now is probably much better than what you had there 20 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago, because it better represents the discussion. It may not be perfect sentence structure or grammar,
Yeah,
but I
that's
think
okay.
it does represent what you've talked about. So, we still have one more property.
Yeah, we have one more.
We do. The only other thing that sort of captured the essence, but it probably wasn't the right terminology, was when Joe said ground zero, you know? But that's not what I would use, but it conveys certainly the idea. I don't know how we can,
It's an anchor asset.
oh my God, Jamie, that sounds horrible.
Okay. Joe used the terminology pillar.
It's all over. This is ground zero.
This is the mothership.
This is the dead center, you know?
I should have terminated. It's an asset that anchors the community. And again, anchor may be the wrong term, but it's you're trying to bring the community
But it-
together with the site.
It brings, yes.
But
brings
again,
the
I
community
think
together.
You could keep adding sentences, taking words apart, but to Joe's point, I think, Joe, this sums up some of the conversations and words that you guys were using.
So the last sentence, we are not yet persuaded. Who's persuading us? I think we might qualify that by saying, after much discussion of the merits of this, we are not persuaded. Like, it's not like somebody's been up here testifying and trying to persuade us. So I'm not sure either that persuaded's right or.
I think, Susan, what
I
you're
don't know. We're not
what you're
con-
saying is the snapshot that you are given, right? You only have one. You've been asked to react to 4 plans on the potential development of affordable housing at this site. And given that snapshot and the discussion of a much broader realm, whether it's persuaded or convinced that this is appropriate yet at this time. I think Union Studios and the council's going to understand what you're saying here.
We can, I think, I can live with this because it's probably gonna be followed with by some
There's
comments from staff who
more
talked to them and said, the board didn't like housing there. And that along with it probably gets us.
Yeah, we're not going to make.
Susan, do you prefer convinced
it's maybe not as eloquent as it could be if we really sat here all frickin' night long with a red pen, but it's good. I think it captures the conversation. Maybe not all of Joe's passion, but it's kind of in there.
I can live with it.
I don't want to sit here all night with a red pen. You know, I think it's good.
No, if we don't get to the third one, I'm going to fall asleep.
Okay.
All right, let's
Very
move on
good.
then.
Oliver Watson. Again, just, I don't want to do it quick because it still warrants a good discussion. You had a 5-lot subdivision, very similar to the development patterns that exist in the community. B was a cottage-style development with 2 access roads, one on the easterly side of the site, one on the westerly side of the site, common court associated with a cottage-style development, back-end loaded homes, porches on the front overlooking the common area. C, Brian, was a variation of the common court with the parking to the rear and no parking in front of the units. Everyone would park in a common parking area and walk to their units. And D was a number of 2 larger mansion homes with smaller units along the Wade's Corner Road.
And it's also important to note that each of the designs envisions keeping the existing farmhouse that's there, whether that's sold off to somebody who, you know, I guess in the hopes that somebody would take it and restore it.
Yeah. And all of these were laid out with the understanding that septic may be provided on-site versus a sewer extension to this location. There is sewer in 138, but there's an elevation challenge as it comes out of Fairgrounds Road and goes in an easterly direction. So I don't know if on this one
Does the water table allow for OWTS? Is there
The
sufficient?
entire area is served by on-site wastewater at this time.
Maria, Madam Chair, with the new systems, that it's not an issue.
You can basically build above the ground.
Okay, just thinking Kingston clay soil, high water table in some areas.
So do you feel as a board you have the ability to rank A, B, C, or D? Go ahead, Susan.
Okay, so obviously A, as separate subdivision, is the least desirable to me. My favorite of these is D, because it's the least amount of disturbance to the site. The parking's all tucked in the back. It's not, you know, I like D where the parking is all tucked in the back. And then after that, I guess I would like C. Again, the parking is tucked in the back and it's less intrusive to the environment. And then B isn't very desirable to me, and A I don't like at all. So D, C, B, A would be my choice. But D for me is definitely my favorite.
So while you're on that subject matter, what would you score D? Could you score them? And then everybody can weigh in on those?
Me?
Yeah.
I would give D an 8. C a 6, B a 4, and A a 1.
Are there alternatives to that? Agreement, disagreement?
D is my first, A my second, B third, C 4. The D I'd give an 8, A I'd give a 5, and the other two I'd give 3s.
Can you say that again, Joe? B was
D was my first choice,
an 8, okay.
and an 8. A was my second choice, and a 5.
And then 3s?
B was a 3 and a 3, and C was my fourth choice with a 3.
Thank you.
So A is like a traditional subdivision, right? Just house lots?
It is, and the only reason why I rank it that high is it's a less number of units, a little lower density out in that area. So that carries some weight for me. D is actually the higher density. I like the manor houses personally.
Anyone else? And can you show the drawings on the same screen as the scores?
So there's a slight variation between Susan's perspective and Joe's perspective, other than D.
I had a completely different perspective. I said B6, D5, C5, A3.
Okay, but can you repeat?
Was B, D, C, A.
All right, B as in 1.
B as in was my top ranked,
Yes.
D was my second ranked, C was my third ranked, and A was my bottom.
Okay.
But I scored B6, I scored both D and C 5, and A3. So you could say I was waffling between those two.
Okay, those don't necessarily, I don't have a pattern yet.
I don't either.
We don't have a pattern between the three who weighed in.
Okay, I'll jump in. I ranked them the same as Susan did, with D1, C2, B3, and A4. I gave D a 7, and B and C 5s, and excuse me, and A a 1.
I did D, A, B, C. D was a 6, A was a 5, B was a 5, and C was a 3.
can you just go over your A you scored as A?
A was the second one,
Okay,
B was the third, C was the fourth.
and D was 1.
D was the third.
Okay. And then you had 6, 5, 3. Okay.
So can I ask you about number A? So if all 4 units would be affordable, is that not enough units for all that infrastructure that's not really, like, could you build 4 units as a traditional subdivision like this and also make them affordable? Or is that just not a possibility because of that infrastructure?
I think, again, you talk about the funding gap. If you're not providing on sewer or a sewer line there, then you're on-site septic. So if the town doesn't have an acquisition cost and whomever builds the units doesn't have an acquisition cost, then you have construction costs and no other infrastructure, well and on-site septic, or water and on-site septic. So that gets rolled into your square footage cost. If you can provide a unit for hovering around 300,000, it may be doable.
Well, that kind of fits into the Habitat swim lane.
I was gonna
That's
say-
exactly what they're looking for, is house lots they can get for free. So that kind of fits right into that, where the other ones may be some other nonprofit.
Yeah, I would change my numbers if it was going to be possible to do them all affordable, similar to what the Habitat did on Old North Road.
So I need to adjust my numbers, because I put that down low, because that just looks like a regular subdivision, but if that was affordable,
Right.
and
Yeah.
everyone gets a
We did
backyard
this.
and a nice house,
Yeah.
I like that one a lot.
Yeah.
That just got up.
Yeah, I put that up.
I just have to chime in. I look at this like all of these, this is an affordable exercise that we're going through. These were all affordable. The fact that we're all of a sudden saying, well, I like this one because it's all affordable, it could potentially be all affordable. All the other ones were affordable potentially too. I think it's devoid, I think what Jamie was saying is that it's devoid, it's presumed that these are going to be units, and again, depending on the funding gap, will determine how many are going to be affordable.
So just
No,
to
that's what he said
clarify,
earlier.
Jay, if B's
not
at a higher
necessarily.
density, has potentially higher infrastructure costs, but if you can meet the funding gap, every single one of them potentially can be affordable. It just changes the funding gap.
Right, so
So
I
it's-
just, I miss,
You said
you know,
that.
I looked at A sort of like a yield plan, not like if we were going to develop this traditional, this is what you'd get, but now he's on, like, I didn't stop and do the math on that being actually a viable option. I thought he was saying this was basically a yield plan. Like, I wasn't thoughtful enough about A.
For A retains the existing development patterns, will only give you the opportunity to provide potentially 4 affordable units. B increases the density, gives you the ability, if you can meet your funding gap, of doing a total of 15 affordable units. So that's the way you have to look at it. But from a density standpoint, what you're looking at is, we don't like the density of C, it's too much. We don't like the density of B or the style of B. We think one or the other is better than, if the infrastructure cost and everything's equal, which development pattern do you like the best?
Is the Oliver Watson House a National Register site?
It is not.
No. The thing that I didn't like about B was the road is right on top of that house, the old farmhouse.
But if this is one of our few shots to get a whole bunch of affordable housing because we own the land, then I feel like we have to bump up the density for that higher number, because this is a unique opportunity where we can hit a higher threshold, a higher percentage of our affordable.
Yeah, as long as it's prescriptive enough and it doesn't end up being high-end condos. There's that whole control issue.
What I didn't like about B is the very high density relative to the surrounding area. That's a lot of open land, and also you got the whole groundwater issue there, and as sewers are quite a ways away, you got to go all the way down to, well, pretty close to 108, 138 to get the sewers there.
And the other thing with a lot of these, and maybe it's a function of the overall size of the site relative to the numbers of units, but there doesn't seem to be any kind of the flexible lot lines clustering some of the units into, tuck them into the woods, so to speak. It's all kind of straight lines or around it. That's why earlier said, looks like the old school subdivisions, what used to be called cluster subdivisions. Nothing particularly creative.
I think a lot of that may be, Maria, because they are anticipating a community package septic system there in the common green.
That's why I asked about the water table and the OWTS, because no one mentioned the community septic system, and that's something that,
So I
so what do we have?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Was there a change in consensus as to option A? I sort of sensed that coming about.
I changed my mind
When Susan
again.
brought up all affordable.
Yeah, but I changed my mind
And
again because I want
habitat.
more, I want a little more numbers than just 5 or 4. I'd like a higher number of affordable units. So just disregard what I said.
You're equating with a greater number of units also equals more affordable units?
Microphone,
Turn
please.
your thing on.
Aren't we hoping they're all going to be affordable?
Why not?
Like if we
Even
did,
though we'll be told it's unrealistic, but the town does have control, and it depends on the funding, as Jamie said. I mean, it's,
well, like if we did
a lot of
A and we
factors.
got 4 houses out of it, and say 2 were affordable, that's not a whole lot of gain for giving up this town land. Whereas if we went for one of the more denser ones and it was, say, 75% affordable, that's a lot more units in our bank, especially if it's perpetuity. So even though I don't love dense development, I like that number of affordable units that we could gain out of one of the denser developments. And if it's buffered and stuff, I think, the neighbors won't be happy, but at least,
How about walkability or access to services?
no, there's nothing out there.
Yeah, this is
No,
auto-centric. This is an auto-centric.
yeah,
development.
it's not one of those walkable cottage situations.
So I will share one comment that I heard from one of my other groups saying that they liked the way the option A fits into the community, but they didn't like the fact that they were only getting 4 affordable units out of it. So I asked them, well, what if those 4 new structures became duplexes instead of single-family houses?
That's kind of a nice idea.
Same basic layout, twice the number of units.
I guess you should have been on the consultant team then, because they didn't think of it.
Again, their version of that was that was D, kind of the mansion home as an alternative.
That's a balance of that when you go to B. More units, but not as many structures. Still not a lot of structures.
But what I did like about D is that it looks like a cottage community where you're walking between the houses, not driving. Like everyone's not sitting on top of their own driveway and garage. It's like more, does D look like a more walkable cottage community than A, which is all driveways and garages?
Walkable to where, though?
Like each other, like, you know, it's like, it's all green space and the cars are on the side.
So if you were to imagine some of these units going to the lower thresholds for AMI, and those homeowners may not have vehicles,
Yeah.
walking to services or walking to the market versus walking next door is different. I think that's what I was meaning by walkability and proximity to services.
Oh, I definitely know what you were saying, but I'm looking at, now we're talking about A with its duplexes and its driveways and its garages, and that's why I think still D is more preferable to me. But no, they can't walk to anything. But we can't change that. That's the location of the project. So would you say not even to build out there because of its lack of walkability?
No.
No.
I'm just,
D has less coverage of the lot as a whole and gives you more units. What's the distance from this to the train station, just out of curiosity? Did anyone look at that?
I can give you that in a moment.
Thought it was like 3/4 of a mile.
Just bear with me. A little over a half a mile.
So that new project in Exeter, that affordable housing project, is that walkable to anything? Yeah, it's sort of tucked back.
Well, you said Pine View, that's the place you're talking about.
I think so, brand new.
Yeah.
Can you get to
Pine View.
anything from there? No.
Just checking. There is a commercial area to the north, but there are no sidewalks.
Well, I mean, one of the premises of the cottage zoning is walkability, but it's also about relatively small scale and having a green space and being able to create a little mini community. I mean, that's a bonus if it's in town, like the Green Street project that's in East Greenwich that started all this, but probably not the only reason to do a cottage.
So I'm looking at your rankings and your scores, and the only kind of pattern is you all liked D. It was either a 1 or a 2. There were 4 1s and 1 2. And then the others, I think C and D are closer to, sorry. Bear with me. Actually, D was your highest ranking.
Mm-hmm. And then what was the second?
You had 4.
A, D, B, A, C.
I actually think A was probably the highest ranking.
Oh, you had a 2, a 4, a 2, and a 4.
Susan, what were your numbers again? I got everyone's. D was what?
D was 1, C was 2.
No, your score.
Oh, D was 8, 6, or 1. 4, 1.
Okay.
So again, 4 of you ranked D1. As far as the second ranked, which Susan has as C, none of you ranked that as your number 2. It was either a 3. I ranked C as 2. I'm sorry. I ranked C. Oh, you did not have it reversed. So it was B.
I think I did. Maybe I,
You said you did the same as me.
yeah, I ranked,
4, 3, 2, 1.
that's what I did. My scores were slightly different, but the ranking was.
As the number 2? Yeah, no, as number 2, B was ranked 3, 3, 3, 3, 1. So that potentially is your third ranked one, which puts C was ranked 3, 4, 2, 4, 4. Again, no clear pattern on your middle ones. There's no clear pattern on B and C, and I think probably why there isn't a clear pattern is B and C are somewhat similar.
Except one protects the house and one integrates the house. That seems to be the big difference there.
So could you make the distinction between B and C that C, which moves the driveway and access away from, and just make sure as I look at a blow up.
Yeah, C moves it away from the farmhouse.
Yeah, C moves it away from the farmhouse, so could you say that you would
Wait a minute.
rank?
C.
Alternatively, the Susans,
minute.
you would have D ranked first, you would have C ranked second because it moves it further away from the house, you would have B ranked third, and you would have A ranked fourth.
I think I may have given you the wrong, mine should have been D, A, C, B, because I ranked B lowest because of the road adjacent to the farmhouse. Because B and C were so similar other than that.
All right. So again,
I don't know
I
if
think
that
we're saying if you, D is a 1, A is a 4, and if you flip Susan's B and C, because C moves the road away from the farmhouse, then I think you have your order, and B and C are almost interchangeable. I think in your discussion on what do you think about the number of units and the type of structures and the proposed concepts, there's a comment that A could potentially have a higher rank if it became duplexes,
Yep.
right? So that's an option there. Where would you get that density up to 9 units on the property?
But are we
versus-
allowed to say that per the survey? Well, we can say it in the
Do you
comments.
have any recommendation to approve any of the
Yeah.
concepts to make
Okay.
more appealing?
That's
And
good.
I think that's where you can do that.
Sure.
And again, it's interchangeable between the 2 bullets that Brian's jumping back and forth, because what do you think about the number of units and types of the structure? A, you like it as a single family, but you also like it as a duplex layout also. And then if we can just go back to the score for a moment.
So we do need a motion to continue the meeting after 11, even though, since we changed our start time to 6:30. It should be 10:30 that you have the motion, but nevertheless, here we are. So does someone want to make the motion? Motion from Susan, second? Second from Liz. All those in favor? Aye. Reluctantly.
So on the rankings for, we'll start with D, which was the number one ranking. You had 7, 7, 8, 8, 5. So if you take the 2 8s and move it over to the 5, you'd have a ranking of 7. Is that, Joe, thumbs up? On C, you had 5, 5, 6, 3, 5. So it's either a 5 or a 6. So at a 6, Brian, right now. And then if you looked at B, you had 5, 5, 4, 3, 6. And probably if you made that a 5 and made C a 6, they're similar in nature. And then for A, you actually had a 1, a 1, a 1, a 5, and a 3. So you're somewhere between a 2 and a 3 for that. And that's primarily because of the single family, not high enough
Right.
density. And I think you cover the low ranking in your comments. You can actually say that you ranked
No,
A
yes.
lower because of density. Increased
Right, note
density
that.
gives it a higher ranking.
Right, that a change to duplex would significantly.
Is there anything you feel you should add to those comments? I mean, no one said you don't like any of them, you wouldn't build any of them. There's just really on these, there was a preference.
A and D appear to have a lesser lot coverage or site coverage. Thinking about the context of the surrounding area. How about if there's consensus that the next time we have to do an exercise like this, we delegate it to a separate meeting?
I'm in agreement.
Yes. All right, what else do we need? What else do we need to add, Jamie?
So again, we have the rankings. There were just a few other comments on the survey that, what would you do to the number one ranking? I don't think you had anything to really add to that.
No, it was really
then-
just the number 2.
Yeah, and then the exercise the power of the property owner on the housing project, desired impact on the town. Again, all of these are density, buffering, high quality style. I think you've touched upon all those items on all of the projects you've talked about today. I don't see any breakout difference between all 3 sites with regards to your concerns.
And it goes without saying, I guess, for all of them, theoretically, a town-owned property could have a greater impact on design.
That is one of the opportunities that all of the boards and commissions and you have discussed, that because it's municipally owned,
Yep.
the municipality gets to set the design standards.
Yep. Okay, are we finished?
Good, Brian?
Yeah, unless you had any general comments about the whole process, or we can just skip that.
The meetings, the public meetings were really good, well-attended. I hated the survey, sorry. Other thoughts? Yes. Oh,
The options were very limiting in each one of the sites. We should have had a much broader choice of options.
the comments from the Peregrine group were well thought out, based on experience.
Just for clarity, Maria, on your comment, the survey process was not well done. In scope, choice, options, or just,
Options, flexibility, what Liz just said, too. All, yeah.
square peg, round hole for some of it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I absolutely appreciate the commentary, the discussion. To me, this is part of the process. It hopefully didn't cause too much anxiety for everybody tonight, or angst. But again, it's part of the process.
You know we'll tell you what we think.
Yeah. But again, I think after the discussion, although it was, again, spirited, and you came to consensus or agreement on the merits of the concepts, so you can voice your opinion to the consultant, and it'll trickle down the council. So,
Right, and
thank you.
as I said, if there's any desire for additional comments? Yep.
Yeah. Appreciated.
Okay, before we adjourn, do we need someone for TRC, and what is the date?
About 2 weeks out.
Who was that? Susan volunteered.
It's November 13th, Wednesday, November 13th.
Okay, motion to adjourn? Second? All those in
Second.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.